We will next time.
Okay, because I was gonna say, maybe I shouldn't sit here.
I can hear you.
Yeah. Hello?
Red is off. We
I've
will,
got-
we will next time.
Okay, I don't know what I did with my get back in the door kind of card.
Here, you want to borrow?
Yeah, because
I've got mine too.
I don't have my glasses and I can't see a thing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is red on or off? That's, okay, okay. I call this meeting to order on 7 p.m. Tuesday, September 6th, 2022. As you are able, please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the Republic Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? I have a second. Ms. Woods, would you please call the roll?
Miss Bond? Miss Franklin?
Yes.
Miss Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Miss Parton?
Yes.
Miss Cass?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Motion passes. Okay, it looks like the first event here is our honors, awards, and recognitions. We have the September Senior of the Month, Mr. Polly.
Senior of the Month from each of our 4 high schools. Photos and leadership profiles are displayed on the screens in the boardroom and will also be on display in the lobby of the central office. Our presentation format provides a snapshot of each senior and a quote from their administrator or a teacher who nominated them for this recognition. We will have the principals come up in alphabetical order, as always, starting with Principal of Auburn High School, Chris Stewart, Principal of Blacksburg High School, Adam Simpson, our newest principal to Montgomery County family, Gene Jones, and the principal of Eastern Montgomery High School, Todd Lewis. So, Mr. Stewart, if you would come up and kick us off.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Whitaker. It is my pleasure to present to you Auburn High School's Senior of the Month. This time, I'd like to recognize Tanner Glenn Long as our September Senior of the Month. Tanner is here this evening with his family, and I'd like to invite them to come up and join me. If I could read a brief statement from one of the staff members at Auburn High School highlighting what an outstanding student that Tanner is. It has been an honor and a pleasure to work with Tanner over the last 4 years at Auburn High School. Tanner is a true leader in every sense of the word. His commitment and dedication to the core cadet program is unmatched. I am extremely proud of Tanner. He has a bright future ahead of him, and I look forward to seeing and hearing all about his success. Congratulations, Tanner.
Good evening, school board members, Dr. Whitaker. It is my honor and privilege to present Mallory Cox as the Senior of the Month for September at Blacksburg High School. Mallory, if you could come up and join me with your family. Go ahead, click it. Oh, I see. There she is. All right, Mallory, here's what one of your teachers had to say about you. Mallory is an outstanding student leader who has earned the respect of staff and students at BHS. Mallory has served as representative for the BHS Student Council Association, in addition to serving as a junior class vice president and senior class president. She has the unique ability to inspire students across interest groups and unite them behind a common cause. Mallory is currently enrolled in 6 AP or DE classes. Her hard work, determination, and leadership skills are large contributors to her success in and out of the classroom. Congratulations, Mallory.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Whitaker. It is my pleasure and honor to present the September Senior of the Month for Christiansburg High School to Lauren Marie Kwok. I'd like to ask Lauren and her family to come forward at this time. Grandfather rather sit in the shadows there, but that's okay. He's also proud. Lauren is a very excellent student at Christiansburg High School. When asked by one of her teachers to describe Lauren, the teacher said, Lauren wants nothing more than to succeed. Despite all of her success in class, she is not primarily motivated by grades. She wants to find solutions and answers to problems and/or questions. She is a curious student and is unafraid to try new things, challenge herself, and take risks. More importantly, she is also a student who does not give up in defeat or failure. She merely gathers herself and tries again, working to overcome obstacles that stand in her path and not allowing her circumstances to define her. All these qualities will help her find success in college and future endeavors. Lauren plans to attend Virginia Tech next fall and major in civil engineering with a concentration in environmental engineering. It should be noted that currently she will have at least, in the future I should say, 61 college credits when she graduates. She also has a GPA of 4.2. She participates in jiu-jitsu when she's not at Christiansburg. Also in church activities, and she's a member of our National Honor Society, our senior class president, and our drum line, where she plays the bass drum. I introduce to you again, Lauren Kwok. Lauren.
Thank you, school board members and Dr. Whitaker, for allowing me to recognize the EMHS Senior of the Month for September, Jenna Gadd. Jenna is here with her family, and I ask that they come to the front at this time. One of Jenna's teachers, Craig Hickson, wrote the following about Jenna. Jenna Gadd is one of the most well-rounded and unique students I have worked with in 32 years of teaching. Jenna demonstrates a high interest level and consistent excellence in all academic and athletic endeavors. As a representative to Girls State, Jenna won the respect of her city and was elected mayor. Her city went on to be named Model City of the 2022 Girls State. Jenna also has been involved in athletics from taekwondo to basketball and track. She has excelled academically and personally throughout her high school career. Moreover, she and a friend even helped me understand that I have badly underrated Taylor Swift. Even more than these stellar accomplishments, Jenna's upbeat and positive attitude are a beacon in any class she is in. She is the perfect example of a young person who leads by example in the way she conducts herself in class on a daily basis. Please join me in congratulating Jenna as EMHS Senior of the Month.
Now we have a student recognition. Dr. Wickham, you're presenting, I believe.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Whitaker. We are pleased to announce several winners in the Stock Market Game, which is an online education program used to help teach math, social studies, business, economics, and language skills while focusing on the importance of long-term saving and investment. Students in grades 4 through 12 participate in teams and manage a simulated investment portfolio. The InvestRight essay competition is a follow-up to the Stock Market Game. The game gives students a hypothetical $100,000 to invest and create their own portfolios with real-time market data. Students are then invited to write an essay using what they learned in the game to submit for the competition. We are very proud of these students, and we're also very proud of our gifted resource teachers who supported them, Ms. Brenda Mash and Ms. Lisa Green. Ms. Naff, our Administrator of Gifted Programs, will now recognize our winners.
And very quickly, wanted to let you know that during the time when we were all maybe losing money in the stock market, these young people were able to gain funds. So we'll start with our group of the BMS team of Shivan and Nikolai, these gentlemen right here. They were first place regional winners in the middle school division, and their portfolio of $102,773. The second team that I want to recognize is from Bellevue Elementary. And Caroline was with a team member, Ben, but he's moved out of the county, so she's here to be recognized. And she was also placed top in the state in the elementary division, but first in the region. So congratulations, Caroline, with a portfolio of $103,010.96. And finally, all of our students have an opportunity that participate in the stock market game. They can also compete in the Invest Right essay competition. And we're here to recognize Madeline Saya. She placed first in the state at the elementary level, and then her essay went on to place fourth in the nation. So we want to thank Madeline for all of her work in that too. And Dr. Wickham and I were looking at her essay, and when you and I were hoarding toilet paper a couple of years ago, well, Madeline was writing about it. And so she started her essay with a narrative about being in the market for toilet paper stocks. And so she picked it because she wanted to write about something that she maybe knew about. I don't know if her family was hoarding or not at the time. But she wanted it to be relatable. And then she did a clever analogy of eggs in a basket to even talk about her diversification. So on this national level, she really has done an amazing job. So I want to really appreciate her tonight in her writing. Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations to all of you. Wow, $100,000, okay. I'm gonna tell my husband that. Okay, before we get started with public address, I'd like to just make a statement. On August 21st, the board received an email from Ms. Joanne Bolding with a list of 39 questions regarding collective bargaining. I was ill the whole week, not from the email, because I was ill, the whole week following that, and responded to Ms. Bolding on August 29th, apologizing for the delayed response. I thanked her for her questions and told her that it would take quite a bit of time to answer 39 questions, some of which had already been answered in our meetings, and some impossible to answer at this point because we haven't even come to an agreement on a resolution. In response, Ms. Bolding sent her letter to the Roanoke Times for publishing as an op-ed. I appreciate that Ms. Bolding and a few others in the community have expressed their concern collective bargaining, and they've expressed it frequently at both our meetings and the Board of Supervisor meetings. That is their right. Of these 39 questions, several have already been answered in our ongoing discussions. We have said on numerous occasions that it is up to us as to what goes into the resolution, and that Virginia is a right-to-work state and bans striking, so there's no reason for that question to be asked. Ms. Bolding and her fellow community members ask in numerous questions, why teachers need to collectively bargain, what needs are not being met, and why aren't we meeting them? The answer to this is not why we are not meeting the needs of our teachers, but how our state is not meeting the needs of our teachers. Setting up a tip line to report teachers, forcing teachers to use canned curriculum to teach what they have been successfully teaching for years, accusing teachers of indoctrinating students and saying that they are teaching critical race theory, something that's not taught in our schools, these accusations are what concern our teachers. In addition, the idea of collective bargaining came up over a year ago under a different leadership, one that teachers felt did not listen to them or respect their opinions. I think this answers a good majority of the questions regarding the why of collective bargaining. As far as the details of the resolution, those cannot be answered because we haven't come to an agreement on them as yet. I can't tell you about the specifics because they don't yet exist. And as far as the questions such as one that was asked, school is not about teachers, it's about the students. Do you believe our children should be used as political pawns? That is a very good question, and maybe one that might be best answered by Ms. Boulding, who is the president of the Montgomery County Republican Committee. No one on this board has a political affiliation. You can make as many assumptions about my beliefs or those on the board, but we do not represent a political party, and we do not run under any political affiliation. You may have confused us with the Board of Supervisors, who clearly have their own political agenda. Personally, I'm not making decisions based on getting myself reelected. I've said on numerous occasions that students are our #1 priority. We all have. However, without teachers and staff, there is no school. Teachers and staff are the lifeblood of our school system, and it is important that they are treated with respect and dignity that they've earned and they deserve. I am tired of listening to the accusations being thrown at Mr. Chilcote, who is an award-winning teacher and who has dedicated his life to his students. If you doubt that, go sit in his classroom for a few days and watch the magic. I was told in Ms. Boulding's letter to look at the seal hanging behind me that reads, "Freedom increases responsibility." That goes for everyone, not just those you agree with. It is not freedom when you try to stop teachers from teaching the curriculum they've taught for years. When you say you want freedom of choice for schools, but you won't allow some of the most vulnerable students in our school system to express their freedom with a pride flag. Freedom is not about keeping students from learning about the history of our country and the importance of understanding the good and the bad history. Freedom is not something you can pick and choose. It is defined in Merriam-Webster as the absence of necessity, coercion, or constraint in choice or action. The Oxford Dictionary defines it as the power or right to act, speak, or think as one wants without hindrance or restraint. The board is not constraining anyone from making a choice as to whether they want to send their child to public school. We are not saying a parent can't opt out of sex ed or a particular piece of reading material if they're opposed. But we provide an education for everyone, every single child in our county. And public education has been the basis for the success of the United States over the past 250 years. So, Ms. Boulding and the other concerned citizens, this is my answer to your letter. If you would like to set up a meeting to further discuss these items with me, I will be happy to do so. Thank you. No, please stop. Our next agenda item is public address. We welcome the opportunity to hear from students, parents, employees, and community members about education matters in this community. As a reminder, the board sets aside 30 minutes to start our public address. We have the option to extend in 30-minute increments, which Ms. Woods will remind us of. If there are additional speakers after 90 minutes, the board will continue with their business meeting and hold one additional 30-minute session at the end of the business meeting. The clock continues through applause and disruptions. The more disruptions there are, the fewer speakers who get to address the board. I will call each speaker up by name in the order that they signed up. Excuse me. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. The board does not respond to speakers during public address. The screens will show when the speaker has 30 seconds remaining when time is up. Please state your name and the area of the county you live in. The first speakers are Glenn Chilcote and Bob Beard.
Chair Cass and members of the board, my name is Glenn Chilcote and I live in Blacksburg. Once again, I'm here to advocate for a meaningful seat at the table for the employees of MCPS. I think after recent revelations, a meaningful seat is more important than ever. At the previous meeting, I noticed that both the Board of Supervisors and the school board want a meaningful seat at the table when it comes to working with Virginia Tech. I heard many statements from both boards that expressed a desire to sit down with Tech, communicate, collaborate, and compromise on issues that affect Montgomery County. That is exactly what the employees of MCPS want too. Several members of this board even expressed that the employees have feared retribution if they speak up. Once again, this is another reason why we need a meaningful outlet to improve the working and learning conditions in Montgomery County. I even heard that this board wants to work more closely with the Board of Supervisors when education topics arise. There was a comment that 4 minutes allotted to speak during the BOS public address isn't long enough for board members to address concerns that arise. An opportunity for dialogue, questions, and answers seem to be the desired goal. This is our hope too. It has been made evident that the superintendent search is the board's priority, and that's understandable. However, the employees have not been updated on the process. The last item on the search website says the superintendent would be announced on August 11th. I found out through listening to the joint meeting that this board has requested more time, and I'm not sure, but I believe that you have another 180 days to fill the vacancy. I could be wrong. We have roofs, HVAC systems, and sprinkler systems in critical condition. The superintendent is important, but so are the employees of MCPS, and so are the students who are educated in these facilities. Now, when it comes to collective bargaining, I know a few of you, probably all of you, have concerns about negotiating salary and benefits. And to be honest, we appreciate being able to discuss these items how we currently do with an employee presentation. But I'm here tonight to say that we do not need that in our formal resolution. We need the ability to speak with you, to engage in constructive dialogue, and negotiate in regards to working conditions. Our joint resolution was meant to be edited. Let's finish the job and grant a meaningful seat at the table to the hardworking men of MCPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chilcote. Next up is Bob Beard.
Good evening. My name is Bob Beard. I'm here from Christiansburg. I had a whole different agenda to speak on tonight, but I'd like to address some of the things that were said just a few minutes ago regarding no political affiliation for the school board. Well, MCA created a PAC to help get Linwood elected for office for the school board. They also created a PAC for Travis Williams, who did not defeat Jamie. So you can't say you're not political, because MCA is political. Okay. And we would welcome a town hall. You tell us where and when, we'll have a town hall any day of the week, and love to learn the truth about what was all these issues you tell us we're having given misinformation about. Next, I'd like to talk about is why we need to have transgender model policy that you guys have put in place. According to Executive Order 14021 from the President, we're going to have, here's an overview of the proposed changes to Title IX regulations. Okay, it's all about transgender. Why do we want to sexualize our kids? You know, this system, the new regulations will create a new category of sex discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. The new rules will dramatically expand the scope of Title IX to include discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation and gender identity. They declare that preventing a student from participating in any school activity consistent with their gender identity subjects a student to harm on the basis of sex. The new regulations create a new form of sexual-based harassment. Actions like using a child's given name, biologically accurate pronouns instead of preferred name and pronouns may be regarded as sex-based harassments. The new regulations will promote gender identity ideology in our schools as mandated policy. Let me repeat. The new regulations will promote gender identity ideology in our schools as mandated policy. This has already been in place by the transgender model policy that you guys have already voted on and approved. You know, the new regulations will require K through 12 schools to support socially transitioned children to a different gender without requiring notice to parents, the involvement of medical professionals, or legal documentation. These are life-altering decisions that the schools and kids are not qualified to make. The rules will increase calls to Child Protective Services for parents to uphold biological reality. And this is already in place too. This is part of the CHS renovation. Schools will be required to permit males who identify as females to use privacy facilities such as bathrooms and locker rooms set aside for females and vice versa. Girls will have to surrender their right to privacy in place and increased risk of harassment or assault by males who claim to be to identify as a female. I don't know if any of that will happen, but when does the right of one child outweigh the rights of others? You know, why do we want to jeopardize women's and girls' athletic and educational opportunities? Why do we want to threaten religious freedom and freedom of speech in favor of gender identification?
Mr. Beard, I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. Next up is Laura Purcell. Sorry, I didn't give you a warning. And after Ms. Purcell is Stevie Bowman.
Hi, I'm Laura Purcell, a Blacksburg resident of District F, and I'm here to speak in support of MCPS teachers and ask that you recognize the MCEA and allow members to collectively bargain. I was reading in the Roanoke Times throughout August about the problems related to Bellevue's Elementary's roof and infrastructure problems at other schools. These kinds of repairs are always expensive and inconvenient. What struck me was that it seemed to be a surprise to both boards that this issue had become catastrophic before it was dealt with. Why hadn't this been communicated sooner? All I could think was that I'm sure that the teachers and staff at Bellevue who work there every day knew, but perhaps they're discouraged from sharing problems up the chain of command. Perhaps there's a sense that expressing concerns makes one a target, accused of not being a team player. Communication is not a machine. It can't break down. If important messages are not being heard, it means that there are problems with relationships in this workplace and reflects a failure of leadership. You all are leaders in the MCPS system, and you are poised to appoint a new one. I hope you're taking these problems of communication and workplace culture seriously as you work to bring in a new superintendent. I've also watched many of the school board meeting broadcasts and heard misinformation about unions in the public comments. A union is not going to magically turn Montgomery County into Chicago. Instead, the MCEA will be what it has always been, a group that reflects the needs and concerns of our teachers in our community. A union does not automatically mean extra expense, no more than an emergency roof repair. What should occur, if everyone can listen and respect one another, is that problems are addressed sooner and more thoroughly. What is expensive is having to replace teachers every year. Teachers are not equipment. Teachers won't want to stay in a place where they're not supported and respected, and teacher retention is critical to having the best outcomes for students. Public education is a miracle, but it is not magic. It takes investment of time, effort, money, and human power, and that comes from teachers. The only way to ensure that students have the very best outcomes is to support the people who show up every day in the classroom. Please give teachers a meaningful voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Purcell. Stevie Bowman. And after Ms. Bowman is Lowell Bowman. Am I saying your name properly? Is it Bowman or Bauman?
Bowman.
Bowman, okay.
Yeah. Good evening. My name is Stevie Bowman. I live in Reiner. My daughter was sexually assaulted this past school year. And when her assault was brought to the attention of school administration, my husband and I were told it was not a school matter. Ms. Cass, at a recent meeting, you said our first responsibility is to our students and to make sure that they have a safe and nurturing environment. I completely agree with you. Unfortunately, my daughter was not afforded such a luxury, and because of this, she is now homeschooled. My daughter would have been a junior this year at Auburn High School. She will miss out on so many experiences. The homecoming dress hanging up in her closet will never be worn. She didn't get to attend her class ring ceremony. She will never wear her volleyball and softball uniforms again. She will never compete for another state championship because the state of Virginia does not let homeschool children participate in public school sports. My daughter will not be able to paint her parking spot, which she had already designed for her much anticipated senior year. My husband and I will never get to watch her graduate high school. There are, of course, many other experiences my daughter will miss. I'm here tonight because you, the school board, need to revisit your policies regarding sexual assault. I wish I could say that my daughter's experience was an isolated event. Unfortunately, as my husband and I share our daughter's story, we have met many other parents whose daughters have had similar experiences in this school system. You need to do better for our girls. Sexual assault is a school matter, and our children should always be provided a safe and nurturing environment at school. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Mr. Bowman, and then Eric Rupert.
Good evening. My name is Lowell Bowman. I'm a Republican candidate running for the House of Delegates. But tonight I come here as a dad. That was my beautiful wife before me. My daughter, as she alluded to, my daughter was sexually assaulted this past school year. The school administration basically treated her like a criminal, like a liar. She was called down to the office and questioned by the assistant principal. Her mother and I were not notified before she was questioned. We were later informed by phone and met with a sarcastic tone and told that this was not a school matter. Afterwards, our daughter called us, crying in the girls' locker room. She said everyone at school hated her and didn't believe her. The next day, the boy who assaulted her was removed from her class for his protection. First question I have for the board tonight, why wasn't this a school matter? Was it because assault did not happen at school? Was it because the boy who assaulted my daughter is a teacher's son? I'm not a betting man, but I would place my money on the second reason. If it was your daughter, I'm sure it would be a school matter. My daughter was harassed, threatened, and bullied. The assistant principal was made aware of this, but again, it was not a school matter. I'm here to tell you tonight that this needs to stop now. It's time the school system treats our girls better. It's time the school system treats all of our kids better. We have the sexual assault policy needs to be revised. Again, we have schools with roofs that need to be replaced and a fire sprinkler system at Eastern Montgomery Elementary that isn't working correctly. Shouldn't the safety of our children be a school matter? This is not a political issue. This is a human issue. I'm going to go to Richmond, and when I do, I'm going to demand more from our schools across Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Is Mr. Rupert here? Yes, there he is. On deck is Nikki Layton.
My name's Eric Rupert. I'm from Blacksburg. I come before you tonight as an MCPS graduate, the parent of 2 MCPS graduates, and my wife and I both teach in this county. So to say that I'm vested in this county is an understatement. According to some, however, I'm a complaining middle school teacher. Comments have been made in front of a group of teachers which are insulting, irresponsible, and oblivious to our jobs as educators. Thank goodness we don't refer to our students in that same manner. In math, we are lucky. We have a curriculum supervisor who's been here for most of her career and really understands what makes students successful. She, along with our amazing math coaches, do whatever they can to help us out. They allow us to use our professional expertise, and they allow us to tweak materials to benefit each individual student. My ELA colleagues at BMS are not so lucky. They've been handed a canned curriculum which deprives creativity and makes differentiation non-existent. And we all know that differentiation involves academic rigor, not more or less work. The fact that teachers, the expert in the classroom, are given zero flexibility in incorporating their own lessons is short-sighted and dooms this curriculum to failure. I encourage you to look back in history at times where people have had literature taken away and where the experts in society have had their voices silenced for the benefit of those in power. I can tell you they did not turn out well. With the extra ELA testing this year, students will spend 19 days standardized testing. Are we really willing to spend a month of school standardized testing? Meanwhile, field trips are being discouraged and limited, recess time is being slashed, and our voices as teachers are not considered anymore in the daily decisions in schools. We wonder why truancy is an issue. Decisions are not made in a collaborative manner anymore, they come from the top down. Central office has been packed and unrealistic demands are placed on teachers to justify jobs. You have to ask yourself, are these people in it for the kids? I sure don't see them in schools. There's a popular cartoon explaining top-heavy organization. It shows a wagon that's stuck in the mud, unable to advance. The obvious solution to the reader is to hire more horses to help pull the wagon out. These horses would be an appropriate number of teachers and special education staff. However, the next scene shows that instead of hiring the necessary forces to get the wagon free, the corporation places more people in the wagon to whip a result out of the horses, which will never be achieved. I ask you tonight to make the right superintendent decision. We need to cut the fluff in central office before our wagon becomes so top-heavy, we'll be mired in the mud forever. And I'll leave you with this quick analogy. My dad used to tell me when we go to my uncle's farm, if it looks like a turd and it smells like a turd, it's a turd, don't step in it. Well, this curriculum is a turd, let's not step in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rupert. Next, we have Ms. Layton, and on deck is Corolla Haas.
Hello, good evening. My name is Nikki Layton, and I live in Christiansburg. I came here tonight to speak as a concerned professional, a teacher, and a parent, because this new English curriculum that the county has adopted is concerning at best. There is no space for creativity, professionalism, and differentiation. Tonight you will hear that differentiation is possible, but that is not true. Differentiation is using co-teachers and professionals who know what will work. It is not more or less work put on certain students. English teachers were given the materials for this curriculum 6 days before school started and told that they now had to teach to the textbook. Almost every teacher that I know starts planning well before that time. And as my colleague said, between 16 and 19 days of instruction will be testing only in English classrooms. Novels will never be in the hands of students in an English classroom. I cannot fathom how much this new ELA program cost MCPS, or how much it skewed the already wildly inappropriate budget and priorities of this county. But meanwhile, in my 8th period U.S. history class, 7 out of the 28 students have IEPs. My classroom is currently unsupported, and I am struggling to meet the needs of all of these children on my own. I do meet the needs of all of these students because it is my job, and I'm lucky to be able to rely on my colleagues and their amazing student teachers for help, but I should not have to do so. If my own daughter gets a concussion on the soccer field, I have to hope that there's a doctor in the stands because Montgomery County does not invest in athletic trainers at sporting events. If my own high school and elementary school students are struggling with their mental health, I have to hope that one of the counselors per grade or one per school is currently available at that exact time because there are no social workers available for all kids. The motto of Montgomery County Public Schools is said to be engage, encourage, and empower. My personal teaching philosophy is similar. Make sure that we are meeting the students where they are, taking care of the students as a whole, and challenging each kid, but allowing them to leave the classroom feeling supported and confident. There is no room in the new ELA curriculum for this. And if the micromanagement, top-down trend of education continues in this county, and where we invest in adult leadership and not teachers, and certainly not students, MCPS will need to change its motto. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Layton. Next up is Corolla Haas.
Thank you. My name is Carola Haas from Reiner, Virginia. I'm a concerned citizen and a parent of an MCPS alum. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Sorry, I pronounced your name wrong.
Oh, no, that's fine. That's fine. I'm speaking today to express my concern about how MCPS is implementing use of the newly adopted ELA learning platform, StudySync, and how this reflects the continued disrespect for teachers expressed by the administration and certain members of the public and one county political party. First, I want to thank you all for terminating the contract of our former superintendent. So many of the problems that we are hearing about in recent weeks are a direct result of his policies and his intimidation of staff and manipulation of information to hide what he and his cronies were implementing behind the scenes. The practice of preventing facility staff from communicating the issues they were facing has led to a massive backlog of unanticipated maintenance needs, creating a large problem that was years in the making. If the former board majority had allowed the superintendent to continue in place, these problems would still exist, but would likely still be hidden. I so much appreciate the more open and communicative processes that are being implemented. However, the implementation of the new secondary ELA curriculum has been similarly hidden and problematic. High school English teachers are being asked to use an online canned program and told that they are no longer able to use novels and reading materials that were previously approved by the school board. The only literature they are allowed to use was published before 1939 because it's no longer subject to copyright, so the corporation that sold this online curriculum can provide it for free. With so much concern about learning loss during a shift to online learning, why would we want to deny our students the opportunity to read a hard copy book when sets of those books already exist and have been used successfully for years? Who believes our teenagers need to spend more time online? The canned assignments do not encourage students to think critically or to use creativity. We should not be afraid of allowing high school students to engage with and discuss the breadth of human experience. Enforcing teachers to teach entirely from a canned online program is insulting to MCPS teachers and students alike. We learn so much from reading and engaging with ideas. We should encourage our students to do that. Our teachers have intensive training and often years of experience teaching. They have developed lesson plans that actively engage students and achieve learning goals. Our MCPS grads have experienced great successes. We do not need to give them a watered-down experience. In the past, teachers were always able to supplement the adopted curriculum with additional reading material, but the current implementation prevents teachers from using anything but the StudySync resources. I implore the board to direct the administration to allow teachers to teach. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Haas. I'm sorry, I forgot to say who was on deck, and it's Anna Vijayan. And after Ms. Vijayan is Matthew Fentress.
Hello, my name is Anna Vijayan, and I live in District A. I'm extremely concerned about what I'm hearing about the implementation of the new secondary ELA curriculum, specifically the fact that teachers have been told that materials other than the textbook and the books referenced by the textbook are not approved for teaching. Given this, I am pessimistic about the future of education in Montgomery County. I fear that students will disengage from learning and that good teachers will get frustrated and leave. I accessed the publicly available slideshow that will be presented to you tonight. The administration is about to tell you why it feels it is important to restrict teachers to only the approved ELA materials. However, I followed the links to all of their references, and there is nothing that requires the division to implement this draconian policy. The administration is going to cite two sources, state law and school board policy. First, state law. The law referenced by the slideshow concerns sexually explicit content. In particular, it requires the adoption of policies that ensure parental notification of instructional material that includes sexually explicit content, permits parents to review any such material, and requires the provision of alternative material to any student whose parent so requests. Nothing there requires teachers to teach only from a predetermined textbook. And now the second source, school board policy. This is your own policy. If you see something that needs to be changed, you can do that. But here's my other point. There's actually nothing in current board policy that requires teachers to teach only from the district-wide curriculum. In fact, many statements in board policy support teachers who wish to provide alternative materials. In particular, under instructional materials, your policy states that, quote, teachers are encouraged to use a variety of instructional materials at the appropriate levels to introduce, reinforce, and assess learning in the classroom. The purpose of this policy is not to restrict individual teachers in their selection of daily instructional materials, unquote. And under supplementary materials selection and use, your policy quote states, quote, The school board delegates the responsibility for the selection and use of supplemental materials other than those selected for division-wide use to individual teachers and schools. Materials, this is still a quote, materials used by students under the guidance of teachers to extend, expand, and supplement basal materials constitute an integral part of the instructional program, unquote. Remember, as the school board, you set the policy for the schools. Please do what you need to do to make sure that our teachers and students are free to do their best teaching and learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Vajayan. How are we doing on time, Ms. Woods? Okay. Mr. Fentress, you're up next. And after Mr. Fentress, we'll have to have a vote to continue.
Good evening, Montgomery County School Board. I hope you all are doing well. My name is Matthew Fentress, and I reside in Christiansburg, Virginia. I'd like to talk to you about two things. The first is Labor Day. I hope you enjoyed your Labor Day. That was brought to you by the American Union Worker. Unions make America stronger. Without unions, some of the children we teach today would have been working in local coal mines or factories. Without unions, healthcare costs are greater sometimes than wages earned. Without unions, we watch the Made in America label vanish. Without unions, the middle class slowly disappears. Without unions, corporations and politicians gain greater power than the people they serve. With unions, we have better wages, reasonable hours, health benefits, and safer working conditions. The Montgomery County Education Association is your local education union, and we work to make our schools stronger for all students. Based on what I heard from the last joint meeting between this school board and the Board of Supervisors last week, it sounded like you would like a seat at the table with Virginia Tech. In the spirit of that conversation, please pull up a chair and pass the resolution for Montgomery County school employees to collectively bargain with you as a board. The second is critical race theory. We keep talking about this, better known as CRT. Our governor saw it in his wisdom to ban the teaching of critical race theory, even though it's not being taught in schools. Some people say talking about race might make some of our students uncomfortable. Good. Learning isn't always meant to be comfortable. I had a student the other day get upset and uncomfortable when trying a new math concept. As the adult in the room, I reassured the student that it was all right to be uncomfortable. I continued to work with the student until they were more comfortable with the new math concept. It is okay to be uncomfortable when facing new concepts, different ideas, and yes, the truth. But it is not okay to be made uncomfortable because of intolerant leaders. Imagine for a moment how uncomfortable it is for some families to have to face racism daily. The student that must endure prejudice, the child that carries the burden of bigotry. History can be uncomfortable, but we need to face it, not erase it. Isn't it sad we're fighting over whether or not teachers should be allowed to teach the truth still in history class? Our history is not there for our comfort. It is not ours to destroy or again to erase. History is there to spark dialogue. If the evils from our past make us uncomfortable or offend us, good. Maybe then America will be less likely to repeat those evils. The greatest love one can have for our country is to make sure it lives up to the promises and ideals it was founded upon. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Fentress. Okay, so we are 30 minutes in into our public comments. So do I have a motion to continue for another 30 minutes?
So moved.
Ms. Woods, may we have a roll call, please?
1 second.
Sure.
I'm so sorry, my system would not update for the vote. We are ready now. Okay. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion passes. We extend for 30 minutes. Okay, the next person up is Courtney Roberts. And on deck is Ricky Peters. I don't think it had to do with you.
I want to start off by expressing my appreciation for the time and good evening to all the members of the board. I'm going to be what I hope is going to be a long line of concerned citizens stepping forward and expressing their concern about this secondary ELA curriculum. My name is Courtney Roberts. I'm a resident of Blacksburg. I have a student at Blacksburg Middle School, and I have a little student at Margaret Beeks Elementary School. And so I've got a long series to look forward to in terms of watching this curriculum and how it's going to impact my children. I'm concerned primarily about just making sure that we're really making the best use of our resources. I do join in the other speakers in support of the collective bargaining resolution that the MCEA is requesting that you join with them in. And primarily for my kids, I want good teachers in their classrooms. That makes sense, right? I want those good teachers to then also be paid a competitive wage. I think that's pretty straightforward in economics about how we keep the good teachers working in our system. But then again, just from a pragmatic view, if we're paying for these resources, these experienced, excellent teachers, I want the school system to make best use of those resources by allowing these experienced teachers to have some latitude to tailor and adapt their lessons to their classrooms. I want our teachers to have the authority to adapt to individual students' needs, not using a canned curriculum, but using their own experiences, having a library of resources to pull from that they know are going to best engage an individual student in their classroom. I want them to use the experience that, again, we're paying for to inform their decisions and how best to engage their classes. For that reason, I'm asking the board to, again, meet the MCEA in this collective bargaining resolution, but also support them in the schools by not signing on with this canned curriculum and allowing them the latitude to use the expertise that we're paying for our students.
Thank you, Ms. Roberts. Next up is Ricky Peters. And after Mr. Peters is Chris Obenchain.
Hey, guys. I'm Ricky Peters, and I live in Christiansburg. First time, long time. Chair, cast, and members of the board, I'm here tonight in support of collective bargaining. After listening to the last few meetings, as well as the joint meeting with the Board of Supervisors, it's clear that there are issues in this county that have become critical. They are a direct result of negligence, poor communication, and fear. If the people involved in these situations would have felt comfortable voicing their concerns without fear of retribution, we wouldn't be in this position. Collective bargaining would provide a gateway for communication with the professionals facing these issues firsthand, giving them that meaningful seat at the table so that future problems like these don't happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Peters. Mr. Obenchain, and after Mr. Obenchain is Jeffrey Fahrenkopf.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Chris Obenchain. I'm from Blacksburg, and I'm a parent of 2 children. I am also a candidate for the Virginia House of Delegates, but I am here tonight as a parent, and I want to speak to you a little bit just about our rights as parents to be concerned for the health and education of our children. These are rights that are not just enshrined in our Virginia Constitution, but they're fundamental to our role as parents. While it may not have been common in the past for parents to speak out largely at these meetings, I think it's great to see parents getting engaged and speaking out about problems. Parents have a right to know what is happening with our children. And as we've learned over the last several years, we're not going to get answers unless we ask the right questions. And so we're going to keep asking questions, and I think that's a good thing. As a parent, I'm tired of being told what I should think about education, and I'm tired of having legitimate concerns about what's happening in the schools dismissed by just labeling them as misinformation. As parents, we want to know that our children are going to be safe in the schools. That should be our top priority. We have a right to ask questions when it turns out that buildings are not safe or that there are other safety concerns and things happening in the schools that are not being addressed appropriately. You've heard some of those things already tonight. As parents, we want to know that our money is being spent wisely and responsibly, and we have a right to ask questions when it turns out that our dollars aren't being accounted for, or that, as this board is considering, the school board may divert some of those tax dollars from the classroom and give them instead to partisan labor unions. As parents, we want to know that our children are learning the basics, and we have a right to ask questions when we hear that our children are being exposed to over-sexualized curriculums or are being told what to think instead of how to think. As parents, we want to make sure that our children are getting the education that's right for them. That's the bottom line. And we have a right to ask questions if they're not receiving that education about why shouldn't we be able to use our tax dollars to make sure that that happens. These questions aren't misinformation. They're, in fact, quite the opposite. It's our duty, it's our right as parents to ask these questions and to seek answers whether you like the questions or not. Parents do matter, and I hope that you'll continue to let parents speak at these meetings and that you'll listen to what we have to say. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Obenchain. Next up is Jeffrey Fahrenkopf. After Mr. Fahrenkopf is Shannon Ritter.
Thank you, School Board, for the opportunity to address my concerns. I have read through the Virginia Department of Education document called Model Policies for the Treatment of Transgender Students in Virginia's Public School, as well as several of the reference policies inside it. Since Title IX is a reference and use document, I have also reviewed the impending federal changes to Title IX, which also affects our kids and parents. All parents and guardians need to be aware of how weighty and onerous these policies are to follow. Since the school board has voted in this model transgender policy as an active document, it raises questions to us citizens. With plans underway to release the $100 million Christiansburg High School renovation design in December, should not the school board make the plan transparent to the citizens now so that we can see how you are incorporating gender-neutral bathrooms and locker rooms in the facility? Are these gender-neutral bathrooms and locker rooms good for the majority of the students? Don't these policies extend beyond the high school and children and reach all K through 12 students? This model policy is citing that children as of age 5 through 6 are declaring their genders. So does this mean that the county schools will be having and encouraging gender selection discussions with children under the age of 5 so that by the time they go to kindergarten, they can make such a complicated, life-altering decision with or without parental consent? This is a real scenario, isn't it? If you read these documents. Is it ever good to confuse children? Is it ever good to expose elementary and middle school students to sexuality that's reserved for adults? Are we in Montgomery County going to participate in creating a culture of hypersexuality imposed on elementary school students, confusing preschool and K through 12 students and minors with complicated gender selection issues? Is this not a form of child abuse? There are 12 new definitions of gender terms in this policy, not to mention the myriad of pronouns one can muster up. How will teachers be able to focus on education when so much time and energy will be absorbed by all these gender fluid spectrum guidelines and pronoun sensitivity? If there are bullying problems to solve for the LGBTQ plus children, then solve the bullying problem. Deal with the offenders. Why can't you empower the school administration to properly punish bullying offenders? We all agree there should be no bullying to anyone in the school board, online, or anywhere. So where is the courage to return to discipline to the schools? Surely we can do so much better. Surely our public schools...
Mr. Fahrenkopf, your time is up. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Next up is Ms. Ritter, and after Ms. Ritter is Kim Bowman.
Hello, I'm Shannon Ritter from Blacksburg and the parent of 2 Blacksburg High School graduates, and I'm going to speed read. I'm here to express my support of public education as a cornerstone of democratic society and my support for teachers as one of the hardest working and undervalued contributors to our communities and countries as a whole. When I became a parent, my only thoughts were about the responsibility I was undertaking. Not rights, not privileges, responsibility for this new individual who would have to make their way in the world. When it became clear to me that one of my children had special education needs, we enrolled him in a private school. I eventually began to teach in this school, but I never considered that public funds should be used for my choices. Public funding for schools is already inadequate, and why would I consider stealing from that vital purpose? In teaching, I gained a greater appreciation of teachers, and I also learned a lot about children. Children want to learn about the world. They listen at doorways, they listen in the back seat. They pay close attention to adults and peers. But it is so much more than reading, writing, and arithmetic. They want to know about people. They want to be accepted, to fit in, to have friends. If you want your child to be respected, to feel like an equal, then tolerance and compassion must be modeled for them. If you choose intolerance, if you choose a segregated education system, how can you hope that your child will live in a world where they themselves experience respect, empathy, and tolerance? Money for public education comes from all taxpayers, regardless of whether they have children. It is intended for the benefit of all, for the future of the country. Trying to dismantle this system is so short-sighted and harmful, it boggles my mind. Now, a few words for parents who are upset about certain policies in schools. Human history is long. It is imperative to understand what mistakes were made. Slavery was wrong. Discrimination is wrong. Can we do better? Yes, we must. Schools are not telling your child they are responsible for harmful policies in the past, but conservative media and some parents are implying that. Children are smart enough to see the difference between historical figures and themselves. From a very young age, children have a sense of self. This sense of self also applies to gender and sexuality. It is your core, your self-being. Teaching respect for individuals and tolerance for who they choose to love is vital for every individual's safety. How could a parent want anything less for their own child? How could you not want it for every child? This century is going to bring incredible challenges for this country and for humanity. Please don't let public education be torn apart. Thank you for your time. Can I submit a written?
Yes, if you give it to Ms. Woods, she'll make copies for us. Thank you. Now up is Kim Bowman. Is Ms. Bowman here? Okay, then I will move on to the next person, Joanne Price. After Ms. Price is Aaron Richards.
I'm Joanne Price, Blacksburg, Virginia. I had the pleasure of attending the Dialogue on Race August 27th, and I was in a group of 7 people. I asked the question, how many of you have children that were pulled out of public school and sent to alternative choices for their education? 4 out of the 7 people in my group, their kids were sent to alternative schools. I asked the next question, why? Bullying. All right. So at the Dialogue on Race, and our facilitator, who was a pastor, actually said, I have to be transparent, I was charter school educated. So my question is why is it that so many white people are grandstanding for black people? You don't speak for me. You can't speak for me. So we've got all these white people standing up here talking about the underprivileged as if we are victims. We are not victims. So they have the opportunity to get the best education for their kids and pull their kids out of negative circumstances, and yet we rail against other parents who want to do the same for their children. If you look at these pictures here and these posters, this is what's going on in our schools. We're sexualizing our kids.
Ms. Price, can I ask you a question? I know I'm not supposed to speak, but that picture that I'm looking at right now,
it's horrible.
It's inappropriate to be showing in this forum.
It's horrible.
This is what you're telling us that shouldn't be shown in our classroom, and so I don't think that's something you should be showing here. As a matter of fact,
it is in the classrooms. As a matter of fact, genderqueer is in the library, and
I would
parents
appreciate
need to
it
know
if
that
you would
these
put
are
it away. Thank you. You can say whatever else you'd like to speak, but if you could please put that down.
People have already seen this.
I know, so have children.
Children are seeing this because this is in the library.
I have
They
asked
left the
nicely,
book out.
I've asked nicely if you would please put that away.
These are horrible pictures. Even you have a problem with them. So
No.
why are they allowed in the library? And why are we sexualizing our children? That's the biggest question, and that is the concern for parents. And that is why a lot of parents who stand up here and say that pro-choice is against public education, but yet they are pulling their kids out of schools. And I'm not going to call them hypocrites, I'm going to call them smart. But the rest of us are smart also. Thank you.
Next up is Aaron Richards. And after Mr. Richards is Shelley Maycock.
Good evening, board. I didn't bring a poster board. I kind of regret, maybe I should have brought a poster board, but my name's Aaron Richards. I'm an English teacher at Blacksburg Middle School. I live in Christiansburg, and I wanted to come out. I had sent an email a few weeks back to the whole board, and I'm talking about today the ELA curriculum that's being put into place. And so the teachers had a fundamentally different expectation of what was going to happen as we went through this process of we saw vendors. It was a multi-day process. To my knowledge, all of the ELA teachers were a part of that process, which I'm grateful that we were. And then sort of in the last minute, it was pulled to us, this will be everything you teach. And if not everything, at least the majority of what you teach. And that's why these teachers are riled up. It's because we were under the impression going through this process that this is a tool that we would be able to utilize that would modernize what it is that we're doing. Fundamentally, I don't know if it's hyperbolic or not, and I'm happy to be corrected, but I think it's a potential outcome because we don't have the funds to buy the novels that are specifically allocated for this study sync curriculum. I don't know if it's hyperbolic or not, but there might not be a novel taught between 6th to 12th grade. And someone can correct me with that knows the curriculum better than I do. But that's a concern, not having a novel for kids to read between the grades 6 through 12. I was hoping to have this sort of worked out prior to this, and not because I don't respect the board, but I think that it's indicative of an institution that's not functioning properly for so many teachers to have a misunderstanding of what the expectation was and for it not to have an opportunity to be resolved. I think it has sort of created this adversarial relationship that sort of hurts me as a teacher. It makes me upset. And I think the outcome that we might end up with is young people who don't understand that their capacity to communicate clearly, their interest in reading things, and their ability to write clearly is a foundational aspect of becoming an educated person and living a fulfilled life. And what I'm seeing, and like, this is my first public address, and I usually miss it because I teach yoga in the evenings on Tuesdays. Luckily, I'm here today. And I catch the meeting afterwards, and I miss the public address. And it seems like this is sort of a contentious space. And I don't know how it is that we can collaborate as a community to start to like heal and talk about what's going on in our schools. But I think it's foundational, and I think it's necessary. And I think if we can't find a way to go about that, I don't know what the future for these kids will be. And I don't know what the future for these teachers will be. Oh, I got 5 seconds. I should have stuck to the notes. I'm calling for an opportunity for teachers to have the opportunity.
I'm going to have to ask you to stop,
to
Mr.
talk
Richards.
okay, all right.
I'm sorry. Them's the rules. You're welcome. Is Shelley Maycock here? There she is. Okay. And after Shelley is Harlan Lustgarten.
Good evening. I'm Shelley Maycock from Christiansburg. I teach English at Virginia Tech, and I graduated from Tech with a secondary English education option. I'm a sixth-generation educator and a 35-year veteran teacher. Good evening to the board, Chair Cass, Dr. Whitaker, and citizens of the county. I'm here to speak respectively in support of the board, Montgomery County Public School teachers, and our local students, and express the concern of many local citizens about the haste, lack of transparency, and blindsiding adoption and requirement that has occurred with the ELA curriculum on StudySync. I'm concerned that the MCPS curriculum decisions have been reactions based on undue fear of those who attack the professionalism and proven judgment of our teachers. As a result, they are aiding and abetting those attacks, which are designed to destroy the public education that helps make our local and national innovation and prosperity. We need to courageously oppose the new laws, not react in fear. The slides tonight on the ELA curriculum contain long lists of what teachers can do. I think we should work a little harder to say what teachers can do. Prescriptive curriculums are rarely successful. Our teachers have spent their careers developing broad and relevant materials and lessons that are in line with standards of learning and the county's proper prior ethical statements, some of which remain on the MCPS website, which seem no longer to apply under the new ELA curriculum. Our well-trained professional educators choose new materials and customize learning for each particular group of students, including allowing gifted students to read above grade level. They teach students to look for and research for current, relevant, authoritative, accurate information with a clear purpose. Students need to recognize misinformation that hides its true purpose. Some positions on controversial issues are based on such misinformation and do not deserve equal time. Our teachers do not indoctrinate or sexualize and never have done so. That is misleading information. If teachers allow students to question things they hear, they are doing their job, teaching critical thinking. Some loud people do not want this, lest the information they spew weekly be questioned. It is clear that I'm not alone in that many Montgomery County citizens and taxpayers who ask this board to help foster respect for teachers and tell them what they can do and stop using fear as a way of covering your own inability to react properly to new state legislation. This includes giving them power to receive accurate information about—
Ms. Maycock, your time is up. I'm sorry.
I think I made my points.
Okay. Mr. Lustgarten? And the last person on the list is Sean Moore.
Good evening, board members and Madam Chair. Harlan Lustgarten, Montgomery County, off of Pepper's Ferry. I think that parents being involved with their teachers about their children is very important. Teachers should be respected for their training and expertise. And I talk with bias. My mother was a teacher of third grade. So I got to observe her doing this. She would experiment with us kids before she got her degree. And then she took that training, and she went on to additional training because she always wanted to stay current with the current techniques. I think these attacks on teachers and public education, what end are we going to? This is not America. Horace Mann, who did a lot to organize public schools, wanted to see and uphold Jefferson's principle. You cannot have freedom when you have ignorance. All the children need to be educated on an equal level playing field. I went through public school, not here, K through 12. After that, I had parochial school teaching. My parents paid for that. The school board didn't pay for it, the town didn't pay for it. My parents paid for it. I think that everybody has that option, one way or the other. The teacher shortage. I think that we should be utilizing the available resources in New River. Radford University graduates teachers. I think that in addition to having them as teaching assistants and interns, maybe we should try to offer them compensation to come and teach here. Perhaps some tuition, if they sign a teaching contract, then we could help them with their tuition that they've racked up. It's an expensive education. The second asset we have is Virginia Tech. We have lots of engineering there. I think that if we somebody could talk to some of the engineering professors, perhaps senior projects, graduate level projects, to inspect the schools for structural analysis. That way we can head off roof problems, because roof problems become structural problems, hence the Blacksburg High School debacle of the roof falling in on the gymnasium, which should have been caught way before it happened.
Mr. Lustgarten, your time is up.
Thank you.
Sean Moore. And actually, we have one more person on the list, Chris Thomas.
Good evening, board. Thanks for being here and having this open meeting for all of us. As mentioned one other time, I think I brought up, I was raised by my grandparents, and I sorely miss them because they taught me some really simple and yet extremely valuable lessons. Yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. And the basis for it was respect and to treat other people not only how I would like to be treated, but even better. And that, to me, is what respect is. It comes out and it's a given. Previously, in the year when we had a disruption and Ms. Cass, when you left, I reached out to you personally. I'm not sure if you got the message or not, but I was certainly on the other side of the fence.
I had about 1,000 or more emails, so if I missed it, I'm sorry.
Right, it was a voice message. I don't always leave a written record.
Oh, I had to shut down my phone.
I like to be candid, and I wanted to just offer you, a safe place and a meeting ground as somewhere in the middle, because we all kind of have our own opinions on matters, but what matters here is that we come to some kind of resolution that can fit everyone. And as far as all these hot topics that are now and to come, I understand you do get a lot of messages and emails and questions, and it is your job and responsibility, to answer those. And so I would just encourage you to do so with as much respect for anyone that asks them as you could come up with. Another issue that I had also came from my grandparents. She was a pharmacist technician, but she did not really push medicine on me. I have never been a fan of most modern medicine, obviously in emergency situations. That's not what I'm speaking of, but vaccines in particular. My child is a senior at Montgomery County, or Blacksburg High School, and the whole time she's been here, she has never had a vaccine. We have always submitted a religious or practical exemption. This year, I was flooded with phone calls, emails, and warnings that she would not be able to go to school this year unless she got a mono vaccine. And so I made several calls and said, hey, while I understand that you all would like for children to get this vaccine, it's misinformative to tell us that we have to have that vaccine because there was an option. And while I understand that, some of these other parents do not. So I feel that was misleading and did not actually represent all the avenues that we had on file. So I would encourage you all to make sure that you put all the information out in the open in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Thomas?
Chris Thomas, Christiansburg, Virginia. Members of the Montgomery County School Board, what we have seen here today is the incredible power of a moral panic. A cadre of partisan actors have chosen this moment to descend upon this board, attacking books in our libraries, spreading fearful misinformation about gender-neutral bathrooms, and pretending that allowing a student to use a name or a pronoun that acknowledges them for who they are is sexualization, when nothing could be further from the truth. I will note for the record that according to the MCPS library catalogs, there is not a single copy of Genderqueer available to any MCPS student in any MCPS library at all. Members of the board, I beg you, don't allow these conspiracy-minded hand-wringers to distract you from the real business of running our schools. What you're seeing here tonight is, as I said, a moral panic, a public movement based on false or exaggerated concerns that vastly exceed the actual threat posed by that supposed danger. In this case, mostly books. I'm sure many of you are old enough to recall other such panics. Remember when Dungeons and Dragons was going to indoctrinate our kids into a satanic witchcraft pornography murder cult? Or, oh, how about that time we were convinced that video games like Doom and Mortal Kombat would turn them into psychotic serial killers? Oh, or that time that Americans were convinced that almost every daycare center in the country was either converting children to Satanism or preparing to sacrifice them in service to the same. Those are all real. Look them up. Over and over again, we see the same pattern. The warping of the minds of otherwise reasonable people into a vicious cycle of fear, paranoia, and panic, and each and every time, it turns out to be the same thing. A small cadre of immoral opportunists preying on the fears and concerns of anxious parents to bolster their own political or economic position. It's just rare we see such overtly heartless displays like the one in full swing tonight. We don't have time for this. Our schools face serious problems. We have massively underfunded infrastructure that threatens to close entire buildings if the wrong systems fail at the wrong time. We have schools with failing fire suppression systems that could put our children's lives in danger. And of course, we have the meaningful and substantive discussion of how our ELA curriculum will be administered. These are the subjects with which this board should concern itself, not these absurd and confabulatory outrages. Ms. Parton, Ms. Bond, the burden here falls disproportionately upon you. As the conservative wing of this board, it is you who will decide if we will entertain this cynical distraction from the real issues facing our schools. I urge you, I beg you to be the adults in the room, to shut this callously manufactured diversion down and return to the business at hand, the safety and education of our students.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. That concludes our public address. I want to just qualify one thing here. What I said to Mr. Moore. The reason I was not answering emails is because I was getting thousands of horrible emails and death threats from across the country due to the fact that someone in our county decided to send the video from our board meeting to Fox News and all across the country. Even Ted Cruz responded to that. So I've got 5 million views. I guess that's pretty cool for some people. But it wasn't very cool for my family, my daughter who got a death threat, my husband who got death threats. That's why I had to shut my phone off. So I just wanted to clarify, it had nothing to do with me not wanting to respond to people. It had to do with the fact that I had to shut down all of my mail because it was getting dangerous. So, thank you. Okay. This has been quite the meeting. We now move on to consent items. If no one wishes to pull an item for review, we will consider items approved on consent. Okay. Payment of the bills. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of bills as presented?
So moved.
Okay, Ms. Woods, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
6 in favor.
Before we move forward in the business meeting, I wanted to ask motion passed, sorry. I was supposed to say that. I want to ask the board, one thing I noticed that's not on the agenda is the superintendent update.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And I was wondering if we could add that to the agenda. Would you be okay with us adding that? Since it's come up a few times this evening and I thought it would be good to have an update? Do we need to vote on that, or is that, I guess we need to vote to, if somebody can make a motion to amend the agenda to add that.
Yep.
I move to amend the agenda to add an item for superintendent update.
Okay.
Okay. May I have a roll, please?
Of course. Okay. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Ms. Harton? Ms. Cass?
Yes.
6 in favor. I will get that added on the agenda.
Thank you. I'm going to go, let's go to the student school board reps, and then we can do the superintendent's update after that. So, our policy states that we will approve the student school board representatives each year. Our 4 new student school board representatives are here tonight to be approved so they can begin attending meetings on September 20th, 2022. Emma, are you here? Is Emma here? Is Samuel here? Stand up, Samuel, please. Is Mercurius here? And Jenna, I know you're here because we saw you already this evening. Stand up, don't sit down yet, don't sit. If you could just tell us what schools you represent so we know. Okay, Jenna? You're from Eastmont. And Mercurius? Great, thank you. Well, welcome aboard. We look forward to having you at our next meeting. I'll go ahead and do the superintendent update. I do not have an announcement of the new superintendent yet, but I will tell you that we will have one at the next meeting. And I can't say more than that because there's still a couple of items that have to get clarified, but we will have an announcement for you at the next meeting. So it's not 180 days. That's it. That's all I got to say about that.
Okay.
So let's
Ms.
move
Cass,
on.
we need to do the payment of the bills.
Oh, did I miss something? We did that. Didn't I do that?
We didn't. We made the motion to amend the agenda, and then we got mixed up in it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apologize. Do I have a motion to approve the payment of bills as presented? Second? Second. Ms. Woods, will you please call the roll?
Yes, I will. I see that it was my mistake too in here, so we'll Ms. Bond? Mr. Chewbacca?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham? Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion passes. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, next I'd like to move on to the MCPS secondary ELA curriculum presentation.
Mr. Carl, sorry about that. Mr. Carl Pauley and Dr. Michaeline Meyer are here this evening as requested by the board to provide information on our newly adopted English Language Arts learning platform, Study Sync, and its implementation.
And before this evening,
I think you needed to turn the mic. There you go.
there you go.
Now it looks like it's off.
It's the opposite. Now you know why we keep doing
Now we know
that.
what you guys are talking about.
Yes.
When the red button's on, it's off. No light,
When it's off, it's on. Yeah.
I gotcha. Well, I'll start over. So I'm here with Dr. Michaeline Meyer, to address the board regarding the MCPS ELA adoption for secondary schools. Been a lot of comments made this evening, and certainly since we've adopted it, we've heard some concerns. There's two parts to the presentation. I have the first part, and Dr. Meyer has the second part. My part is really intended to be a respectfully delivered, factual presentation. No emotion involved from me on this, and certainly don't intend to be adversarial in any way, just presenting the information. So one of the issues I would like to address is the issue of transparency during the adoption process. So as you can see here on this slide, I've outlined for you the dates that we followed that were shared with the board when we started the process. We started in fall of 2021, where Dr. Meyer and I talked about the process that we should follow to adopt a new English curriculum. And we at that time discussed and decided that we should involve not just a cross-section of ELA teachers, but all ELA teachers in grades 6 through 11. And I believe one of our speakers even acknowledged that we had representation from everyone. There is, if I can maneuver this, yeah. If I click on this, I would like to draw your attention to line 11, which outlines our process. Is that going to pop up? Oh, there it is. Okay. You can see the date on this is March 7th, and I would just like to draw your attention to the section that says our parameter directives. It says in number 1, as this selection is to become the primary ELA instructional resource for grades 6 through 12, we expect that all 6 through 12 ELA teachers will participate in the selection process. So we made no pretense or tried to do anything without great transparency as to what it was we would be adopting, that we would in fact be proposing for adoption a curriculum that would become the curriculum for grades 6 through 12. You'll also see, if you would like to click on these links, they do show the participation roster to show the number of teachers that participated in this process. Whoops, sorry, that went quick. There we go. Also, just draw your attention to the Virginia Code, and I know that Dr. Whitaker shared this with you all a couple of weeks ago, that in Virginia Code, it does state, and I'll click on that just so you, I just made an excerpt, but there it is in its actual form online. And item C of this code says, for the purposes of this chapter, the chapter being the chapter on the approval of textbooks, the term textbooks means print or electronic media for student use that serve as the primary curriculum basis for grade level subject or course. So we've made no representation in this process that we were adopting anything less than a new curriculum in adopting this textbook, these textbook materials. I won't go through the rest of this slide. This just shows policy 6-6.5.5 that outlines the board's process for adopting textbooks, and we followed this to the T. We have made a practice for as many years as I can remember to adopt our textbooks from the Virginia Department of Ed's approved textbook list, and the McGraw-Hill Study Sync was on their list of approved textbooks. But we looked at many. You'll notice the little asterisks that it's directed to at the bottom of the slide said we can adopt books that are not on the state adopted list, but then we have to follow specific guidelines, and those guidelines mirror the process that the state used to create their list, and it's quite rigorous. Okay. I'd like to also address the issue of autonomy, and then I'll turn it over to Dr. Meyer. The issue of should teachers have autonomy, and do teachers still retain autonomy to select instructional materials? The answer is yes. They do still have autonomy to select instructional materials from within the approved curriculum. So we have adopted an approved curriculum that has many different choices within it, and they may select this. Now, I hear some laughter in the background, but there are some dangers to complete autonomy. I can't imagine being put in the position where I would have to select instructional materials on my own. I would try very hard not to allow my own biases and prejudices and beliefs and to interfere with that, but I would believe that would be a rather difficult thing. In fact, we have many policies, as one of the speakers earlier pointed out, that are already in existence that show how difficult it would be to put upon an individual to have complete autonomy in selecting materials. They would have to select materials that are appropriate to the age level, contain subject matter suitable for the public school environment, and be in line with instructional objectives. That's further enumerated in all of those other policies and a forthcoming policy on sexually explicit content that give you all of those parameters. I heard someone refer to those as the can'ts, that you can't do these things. Well, those are the parameters that we are given by the state and with our own policies, that as we select instructional materials, we must follow these parameters. And as we teach our children, we must follow these parameters. There is safety in selecting materials from within the adopted curriculum, which Dr. Meyer will speak to how robust the curriculum is and the amount of choice that teachers have within the approved curriculum. I believe I should have backed up a little bit and said the reason I put the information about supplementary materials, again, a speaker spoke earlier about the policy does state that teachers have the ability to select supplementary materials. But supplementary materials are defined very clearly in the policy as things that are to support and complement the curriculum. They cannot be selected to be the curriculum. So selecting a novel would not be a supplemental material. If you select a novel or any reading material to be used in classroom instruction, you are in fact then selecting a primary instructional material, not a supplementary instructional material. It does say in the policy that when you are selecting instructional materials, it's highlighted in yellow, it's the second bullet, it says the same care shall be exercised in the selection of supplemental materials as in the selection of all other types of instructional materials, which basically says they should be vetted through the same lens that's used when selecting our primary instructional materials. Dr. Meyer is going to speak more specifically about the curriculum study sync that we've adopted.
Before you move on, can I ask you a quick question, Mr. Pauly? What does the word primary mean?
The primary would mean that that's the one that you should be using.
No, that's not what primary means.
It doesn't mean that to you?
Primary means chief importance principle, doesn't mean only.
No, it does not mean only.
Okay, because what I'm hearing is you say it's the only thing that should be used.
You can supplement under our policy, but then those materials need to be vetted through the same lens.
Perhaps this will help. So the Code of Virginia clarifies.
I've read the Code of Virginia.
So if I can help answer that question. So it says that a school board may opt to use a textbook that has not been approved by the Board of Education. A local textbook review process should be conducted that includes components similar to the state level. The textbook must be reviewed for correlation with the standards of learning for their particular subject area, for strengths and weaknesses, and instructional planning. Further, the publisher of the textbook should certify the accuracy of the content of the textbook and sign an agreement to correct all factual and editing errors found in the textbook at its expense. Additionally, the publisher should certify that the books meet the other requirements of the Code of Virginia related to textbooks.
For the primary source, right.
For instructional materials, yes.
Instructional materials. Yeah. Have we talked to anyone at the Board of Education to see, because my understanding is there is various interpretations of this code.
I've asked our council directly, and our council is not aware of any.
Well, our council is not an English teacher.
Well, I am. So I am a certified English teacher. I have a degree in English. I have a master's degree in curriculum and a master's degree in leadership.
And you're also the interim superintendent, and you're following the policies, and I understand that, but I think that maybe there are different interpretations of this. And when I hear the primary resource, and I think that might also be leading to some of the confusion that teachers had this year as to feeling like they were last minute told that they had to use this resource. they were told it was the primary resource, not the only resource. And so no one said it was the only resource that could be used. I went back to the presentations that were provided to us back in March and in June, you've shown what we saw. I saw nothing that told me that Study Sync was going to be the end all. We voted on, really, I think we were misled on what this curriculum was, because we were told that it was going to be a primary resource, not the only resource. If I had been told that it was the only resource that teachers could use and that they could never place a novel in a student's hands, because that's what you're saying, they can't play unless they're in Study Sync, of which there's very few. For each grade level, yes, they are, Dr. Meyer.
That's the part that Dr. Meyer will be addressing.
Okay. She will. But I think a lot of parents out there would be concerned with the fact that their child is not going to be reading a book. Maybe they'll be reading excerpts from a book, but they are not going to have a book that they can get lost in. And I think that parents were misled and teachers were misled, and we were misled into what this Study Sync was all about. And it's very concerning because that we made decisions on something and now it's something totally different. And we've had teachers who had days to get ready. They've had curriculum that they've planned for years now, and they had a few days. And I'll let Dr. Meyer do her piece because I have more to say about the actual curriculum itself.
Yes. Dr. Meyer?
Thank you. The slide up here are the goals for year one of our implementation. But these 5 components were discussed throughout the process with teachers. In fact, up there pretty much each time. That we were looking at a 6-12 adoption so that we could get an aligned curriculum 6 through 11 for sure, particularly because our standards are written that way. And if we are not looking carefully at the resources that we are selecting, we again have teachers that are going to be picking things that may or may not align specifically from year to year. So we wanted one that was horizontally and vertically aligned across for our to ensure that we had some careful look at the curriculum, because the curriculum is the key to whether we make those gains in student achievements down the road. We also talked about the fact that we would be using, that we were looking twofold at a strong curriculum, horizontally and vertically aligned, and that had to pass the BDOE's muster before we could even look at it. And then secondly, because we're moving into a digital learning environment, that we really wanted to find the one that provided the most robust platform for students to learn in, and the most robust platform for teachers to be able to access resources. So they didn't have to go to 5, 6, 7 different sites to find things to build a unit, but that everything was offered within a unit. We also looked for one that was going to have strong standardized assessments in place. I kind of question the number of days that they're telling you we're going to be using for assessments. We only have 3 mandatory assessments, 6 through 12 right now, and that is 3 benchmarks. One that's given at the beginning of the year, one that's going to be given in December, and one that's given in May. So those are the required ones. There are end of unit assessments that we're going to be asking teachers to use also, because that's what you do at the end of a unit. You assess students to see if they've mastered the standards that you've taught during that unit, so that you know what you need to go back and work with students and how to set up interventions. So the number of assessment days that I'm hearing, they may split that and decide to give students 2 days to take the assessment. That may add on to that, given if it's if they're in a 55-minute period versus a 90-minute period. But the number of days seemed to really pretty over the board for me, and I'm going to go back and look at that. We also looked at the fact that those ongoing assessments needed to really provide
more opportunity to ensure that we are catching students and providing appropriate interventions along the way. And this particular platform provides a wealth of opportunities for scaffolding student learning, for differentiating, as the parent earlier said, we have strong differentiation offered within this set also. All right, I gotta figure out how to do this piece then. Am I doing this? Yeah. So successful implementation of any curriculum takes at least 3 years. So it's not unusual. If any of you were on the board 2 years ago, we had a number of teachers in here about benchmark assessment and how that was the downfall of the world to have to follow that assessment. We now know that in our entering year 3 that teachers are very satisfied with the program, and we are seeing gains in our students. Some of our PALS data right now is saying that we have places where they didn't lose, they really gained. So successful implementation will take 3 years. There's also a lot of misconceptions about it when we first hand it over to teachers, and contrary to the conversation that they were handed it 6 days before, this was actually posted for them immediately after you approved it in June, and it was on the website all summer for teachers to go in and fully review their curriculum. They had access to everything. They could view everything. The one thing they couldn't do was they couldn't go in and start to build their classes because we needed Power School to have all the students in before that would become live for them to begin to work internally into it. But they did have access to all the resources this summer. They were invited to come in and help with the pacing and to work through that piece, and so that opportunity was there for teachers. So the first year is really getting to look at what you really have. And a lot of the things that were mentioned tonight, there's some truth to some of those, and there's some misconceptions to others. But what I wanted to do this evening, and of course I will sit down with any of you if you want to come in, is really look at what the parameters were for year 1 to help get us started. And before you can make good decisions about what's missing in it, you have to get in it and use it to begin to see that piece. So we did say we wanted it to be the primary resource for teachers. And we did want them to begin to use the units as outlined, and that they would utilize those with students in the digital environment so that students would begin to get used to using that platform. They'll be using this platform for a number of years. So as elementary teachers tell me, oh, wow, we're in year 3 and the kids really have this down. They know what to do. I haven't wasted 2 weeks trying to get them started. They're ready to go. We want that to happen with 6th through 11th grade also. It would be fully aligned throughout division. And so we have pacing guides. We've had pacing guides at the middle school for several years. And so the middle school teachers have been following a pacing guide, but we've not had an adopted curriculum. They've all been choosing the resources they want to use. There's not been an approved adoption prior to this one since it's been 2000, what did we say, 2008 or 2009? So it's been years since they've had an adoption in place. There is the calendar, we've set up the calendar for the division assessments. And the biggest issue with the novels is no one's going to not put novels in the hands of children in the classrooms. The discussion is which novels do we get to use? That's the big issue. So as in past years, since I came, the very first group of teachers that wanted a list so that by the time the kids that got up to high school, they hadn't read every novel that's in the high school curriculum. So this really helped begin to alleviate and give us a chance to say, these are novels that are really kind of held for 9th grade. These are held for 10th. So that we are not having students read all the core curricular novels that would be used at the high school level before they even get into the high school doors. So there's a wide selection in here. We need to look through those this year and see. The other allaying piece is, yes, we may need to purchase some down the road, but the first thing we got to do is figure out what we have. We've been buying novels for teachers for the past 10 years, according to my previous administrative assistant, Brenda Wojo. that we've been putting those in the schools for years. So there's a lot of novels, which we're trying to kind of get a hold on to figure out what we do have, because none of them have been put into Destiny. They've never been barcoded, so we really don't know. But we do have shelves and cupboards and cabinets full of novels in all the buildings, and we've started looking to see what we have so we can get a handle on it. That will help us begin to place them at the right place so teachers have enough novels to do what they need to do. Novels there's a difference in the novels piece in terms of what's going to be held for the grade because it's pertinent to that grade level standards and curriculum versus I want to pick any novel I want to bring into the classroom for 6th grade or 8th grade. So we are going to begin to really look at that. Many districts already have approved novels for grade level. We've never had that, as far as I know, in this division. So I wanted to just give you just a quick thing, but there's 6 units that are offered at each grade level. And in starting this out this year with knowing that the first year we need more time, we've elected to only teach the first 4 units. And in the first 4 units, all the core curriculum for English language arts, speaking, listening, reading, and writing, are taught in these first 4 units. And then the following 2 units are really an incorporated piece where from that point on, students are practicing across more literature, across doing more writing, and really getting a handle on what they're doing. But just in one novel, or just in one unit, I wanted to show you. First of all, there's a real misconception that this is a scripted curriculum. This is not a scripted curriculum. This is a curriculum that lays out an opportunity for teachers to look at some exemplar lessons that they can use or not use or adapt as they so wish. But when you're creating a unit out of here, each teacher should be selecting it. This was one piece I couldn't get the training in fast enough because we didn't have that much time at the beginning of the year. We chose to get them into the platform and hopefully get them in to begin to start looking at the resources. They'll get more solid training on this in September 29th when we have our next professional development opportunity. But middle school teachers are going to be given an opportunity to work with the 2 coaches next week to get a handle on how to do this. But all developed lessons, the student suggested assignments, the projects, the quizzes, the end of unit assessments are all adaptable. They can adapt those in any way they want. There's a lot of flexibility and a lot of choice. This is not a scripted curriculum. Teachers are asked to adapt these to ensure that selected standards are aligned. They are aligned to the standards, so that's why they're there. They don't have to go hunt for things. These are already aligned to the standards I have to teach. That the pacing is continuous, that all the students' work is captured, or as much of it is captured, with a direct link to the standards, because anything that's put in the platform that's connected to a standard is going to be reported in the child's binder and folder on how they did on that standard. This is a true standards-based adoption where anything they do connects right back to a standard, and a teacher can look at Michaeline's record and know which standard she is doing well with and which standard she needs more support and help with. And that's standardized across, okay? And a tracking progress of students on standards-based grading framework. So we get a much clearer picture of that piece. So what's in a unit? There are 3 slides here, and this is just in one unit. I took the first unit of the program for 6th grade. And you'll see there are a variety of resources. So if I were a teacher building a brand new unit from scratch, or even using one that I had used before and needed to really look at, is everything aligned appropriately? There's a video to introduce the essential question and the theme of the unit. There are 10 selected, at least for this unit. I've seen certain ones that have 12 to 15 selected grade level text, and those are excerpts or texts that are going to specifically be chosen to help a teacher teach specific standards. So they aren't just random, they're specifically laid out. Teacher isn't going to use all 10 of those in a unit, she doesn't have time to do that. But she's going to pick 2 or 3 of those that are core, that are going to help her kids understand the theme. There are 5 self-selected texts that she can use with students in small groups. So instead of the whole classroom doing a novel, I may begin to start putting them in small groups to let them have a choice in what they want to read, and also to make sure it's leveled appropriately for the students. In this unit, there are 2 novels that are selected, and they recommend for whole group instruction. Teachers can or may or may not want to use those. There's also, in terms of that, there are a number of other options that they can use with that, and they can pull other books that they would have in their room also, but what we want to really be assured of is that they're picking books that are not going to interfere with 7th or 8th grade core text, but that also that they're directly selected to match the theme so that there's crossover thinking and that kind of piece, content across. There are 13 reading skills that can be taught in this unit. That's way too many skills to be teaching in a 30 to 40 day unit. But I've got those in there I can select from based on what I'm seeing from the data that I'm getting from students to know what to do with. There are 15 writing skills and 3 grammar skills. Every unit has a very strong component for writing, which is one of our core needs in this division, is our writing. And that, along with that, linked grammar skills. Not grammar skills at random, but grammar skills that are going to link to the writing mode I'm doing. Oop, did that wrong. Apologize. Go back to slides. Somebody come help me. You got it? Oh, I need just to go back up to slideshow. Thank you.
There you go.
Next slide. Okay. There is speaking and listening skills that are also recommended for the unit. This particular unit has just one, collaborative conversations. The beginning of the year, that's what I want having going on in my classrooms. There's an extended writing project for this particular unit. It's narrative writing. It's one of the 4 modes that have to be taught at 6th grade. The English language learner and the SPED student resources in this in StudySync are by far the best that we viewed, and I don't know that there's anything that could be better out there. They, you are able to go in and actually link each of the students in 2 different ways. If it's an L student, I can link them to, based on their proficiency level. If it's a SPED student, I can base them on their reading level. And with that piece, when they're given an assignment, because the system sees that this is an L student and their proficiency level 3, that student will get scaffolding to help him complete the assignment. If they are reading below level, and I'm giving everybody the 7th grade reading passage, but I have a student that needs to be reading at a 5th grade level, I can make a connection and they get a revised piece to be able to work with that piece. There are recommendations, and assessments that are already built, so special ed teachers don't have to build the assessments for their resource students. Teachers there's shortcuts, some things that the authors of the series say, you know, if you have short of time, don't do this piece, leave this piece out. Here's your primary pieces you should focus on. And they give you also difficult concepts that children tend to have difficulty with. They'll give you some extra things that you can do in that way if kids are struggling with a certain concept. We have a contract with Newzella right now for the middle school that's $36,000 a year for all 4 middle schools. StudySync has that in Blast. It's a very similar resource where there are daily blasts or daily news that comes up that the teachers can use as starters for the day, as assignments for the day, as reads, and they're all connected with an activity or support to see how the kids are doing. There are grammar skills that the teacher can use based on the student's writing. There are 3 additional writing choices for an extended writing project. And of course, there's an end of unit assessment for that. So the idea of a unit and being scripted, there's no way you could script this because there's way too much to do. A teacher has to go in and make choices about what she's going to do or he's going to do in those 30 and 40 days with the students and build a unit, just like they're doing right now. We just now want them to build the unit in here so that it links to the digital environment for the students and so that we have data that's going to be consistent across the division and so we can address the gaps that we have in our literacy results. And I think that might be the last one. That's my last one.
Michaeline, I have a question. So speaking of benchmark, we're like you said, we're almost to our 3-year implementation of that. I personally saw a lot of amazing data and enthusiasm from teachers in the first year of using it. How will it merge into Study Sync? How will that foundation of benchmark benefit once the students are in 6th grade?
It's really very interesting because the framework behind both of these is a gradual release teaching framework where the teacher is really working and guiding students to, by modeling and by supporting the students, but gradually releasing the students to do that work on their own. The other piece is the spiraling of the curriculum. It's really interesting because I was talking with kindergarten this afternoon, and they were saying they were really worried about not being able to get started as soon. It's kindergarten. I taught kindergarten. You just never know who you're going to walk in the door. And that they were worried that they were kind of behind, and they didn't. But then one of them said, yeah, but you know what? Even if we don't get as much done in that first unit, we know we're going to be covering it again in the unit 3. And then we know we're going to get it again in unit 6. So they know that the skills are going to be spiraled really well through that. And I don't doubt that teachers try to spiral and do spiral, but when you consciously have a curriculum that does it for you, you're more likely to really be sure that that's happening for the kids. And the more practice they have over time with those skills, the stronger they're able to take those and do them on their own. So both of their background piece is really that. There's a lot of deep reading. We already start that very early on, close reading in benchmark, to where students read a piece several times and dig down deep into it. It's not about how much you read, it's really how deeply have you read it and how deeply can you comprehend and respond to some of the tougher questions that are out there. I had one teacher indicate in an email that, yes, those assessments looked really rigorous and strong, and that's what we needed to do. So there's some good in this Study Sync, and I think we will uncover more good as we work through the implementation. But there'll be a direct link there.
Awesome. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions and
Yes, sir.
then I guess a statement. After that, I guess, just in kind of listening to what you shared in some of the comments from earlier today, you mentioned some training coming up later in the month. Was there training provided to the teachers prior to the beginning of the school year?
We just had one day. This adoption got delayed last year, and we didn't get it adopted until final adoption till June. And so to be able to train teachers last spring, we were not going to be able to do that. But because they actually were all involved in the selection process, teachers were, they knew what was going to be in it. I think there's definitely some beliefs that they thought, oh, these novels were going to come along somehow, but no textbook company is going to give you access to every novel that's out there. They're going to give you the excerpts to get you hooked in or to get students hooked in, and then we'll look for, then if you're going to do it from a novel perspective, we want to be able to have the novels. We just need to see what we have. I think we have a lot more novels than we think we do, particularly at the high school level. I think there may be some issues at middle school, but we're going to try to get a handle on that.
Okay, and then second question, kind of picking up on the novels there, I guess, one of the teachers had mentioned like the books, there wasn't anything newer from like the 30s or the 40s or something. Is that accurate?
That's the free novels that are in the system, so that there are a number of whole novels, and those are ones where the copyright has already gone out.
Okay.
But any newer novels, no. And many of the newer novels, what StudySync will do is they will continue to add novels. What they do is they build novel units. So the novel may not be available in StudySync, but if we have those on the shelf, or ideally if a teacher is allowing choice with that piece and she has 3 groups of students that are reading a different novel that is suitable or that is their choice, that then they're working through that piece. And what StudySync has done is take those novels and build a lesson plan, a unit around that, so that teachers don't have to develop that on their own. They have a whole set of lessons that they can adapt and use with students right away. So if I'm teaching a novel and I need to have time to structure that novel, and I teach just one novel to the whole classroom, then that's my unit. But that novel may not be suitable to every single child in that classroom. And what we may find ourselves doing at times is reading more to the students than the students really reading the novel themselves. And so the idea of really ensuring that the novels we're using for instruction, I'm not talking about novels that a kid reads for pleasure. They can have as many of those as they want. But if I'm using it for instruction, I have to have a really good instructional plan for why I'm using it and how I'm going to use it with the kids to get to the same level of content. Does that make a little bit of sense?
Yeah, sure, yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess a quick statement then. So a lot of the clarifications that you and Mr. Pauly have provided tonight have given a lot of good context. I mean, I guess a lot of the complaints that we've heard lately at different meetings have involved decisions that I wasn't a part of because I just joined the board. I was a part of this one, right? So,
Yes.
And so I went back to that meeting. I looked at my notes. I looked at the agenda, and a lot of this kind of information wasn't presented to us then, at least not in a way that I remember. You know, the clarification on textbooks, right? I looked at that agenda and I went back to the meeting.
Oh, no.
We were voting on the adoption of textbooks with an online component to supplement. I remember that conversation. And so I feel like, I don't want to say we were misled, but I definitely feel like had I had this information, I may have asked different questions. I may have reconsidered my vote on that one. But at the same time, I'm not an English teacher, right? So, you know, I would definitely defer to the teachers, and it was presented that the teachers were involved and they were on board with it. But then we hear the teachers say that they didn't feel like they had all the information either. So it's, I mean, I don't know what the answer is at this point, but I definitely have a uneasy feeling in my stomach. So that's all I'm going to say.
I've got a bunch of questions. I don't want to hog the time, though, so I'll ask a few and give somebody else a chance. So before August, and for the last 10 years, apparently, were we in violation of state law or our own policies or anything like that by not having?
I might be better to address that.
I
So.
was just going to say, I'm going to defer
Yeah.
to.
So what happens is, we have the standards of quality. Standards of quality are set forth by our legislative body, and they state what we must do and what we must not do. So when you saw the Code of Virginia that references that we must adopt approved curriculum, and we must either pick it from the Virginia list, or we must do our own process that is similar to that of the state, which I read to you earlier. Then what happens annually is the person who is either in my position in this school division or in many school divisions, the superintendent, each year certifies the standards of quality and states that we are in compliance with those requirements. Then the school board chair signs that standards of quality certification, and it is turned into the state. At that time, if you do not adopt books that are on the approved list, then you are supposed to provide to them what book you adopted and what process you went through for that. I cannot speak to the actions of people who were in place before me, but I can say when I began as deputy superintendent, right at the beginning, right before the pandemic, I began looking into the textbook process and trying to align our resources. I kept hearing, we don't have the funds, we don't have the funds, we can't adopt our textbooks. And so I was going, why don't we have enough money to adopt the books? Because I know clearly the state gives us state funds And then there's a local match. It's one of the things that comes on our funding sheet from the state. So began looking into that to say, why are folks saying we can't buy the adopted curriculum, or we have to purchase part of it? And so what I did see at that time was we did not have an up-to-date list, and so began working at that time to get ahead of it. The pandemic hit. As soon as we got some breath of fresh air, we picked that back up. I stayed in constant communication, with my supervisor regarding that, but it was absolutely an initiative to, one, make sure the funds allocated for textbooks were going to those purchases, and then two, make sure as adoptions came up, we were making sure we had the money to purchase the books based upon what was available. And I know that's a very long answer, but what I would say is someone likely certified that the books were approved. When I have to certify that we are going through an adoption, I'm going to certify that we're adopting the appropriate textbooks. And so that is the that is the legal process through which you tell the state of Virginia what you are doing. If they weren't, then I can't speak to that.
I understand that. I guess that's maybe, that's not quite the question I was asking. I think the question I was, it seems that we've gone, and you're saying that it's not prescriptive fully or whatever, but we've certainly seemed to be
Not
going.
a scripted
Scripted,
curriculum.
okay,
It's
so we've
scripted
gone to a
curriculum.
more prescriptive, I think, curriculum than we have had, at least in the last several years.
Well, you had previous adoptions, which are very similar to the textbook we have. They did have digital environments, but primarily just teacher digital environments. The previous one that was before was a textbook adoption, very much the way we had.
My question isn't about the textbook adoption. My question is about, Carl brought up something about autonomy, and it definitely, according to what he was saying, we've certainly seemed to have gone to a program that has less autonomy for teachers. And so my question is, were we in violation of something before that we had to take away that autonomy? In other words, one of the things that we've heard from teachers is not just that they need to use, this textbook as the primary curriculum, but that they only can use what is provided with this. And that seems to be at least one of the new things and one of the pain points. And so I am asking if the only part is, first of all, well, I don't even want to ask that question. I guess what I'm asking is the only part something that it is something that we are doing new, or at least we're maybe if only is the wrong word, we are removing some of the autonomy. So my question is, were we somehow in the wrong before in order to do that?
So I felt like I felt like I was answering that question. In terms of what the code says. So think of like a math book, a science book, a history book, any other book. We take the book that is on the state list, they give you a whole bunch of them, and you pick from them. If a teacher chose to pick a book and say, I'm going to teach the history by Annie Whitaker, then yes, they would not be selecting an approved curriculum. Did it change the autonomy in terms of having the ability to know your students and pick out of the big selection of texts? It did change that. I would say we were likely doing things, I've worked in multiple school divisions. I've never worked in a place that did not have approved textbooks because that's the Code of Virginia. So I do think that the autonomy, yes, is different, but it is to get us in line with using a book and a lot of the different resources there. So say there's a bunch of stories, they don't have to read every one, but they do get to pick within that which ones they would want to teach. I'm sorry if I'm not answering it.
Well,
You're not getting a clear answer.
I think I'm trying to understand the difference between the text. You keep talking about the Virginia standards of quality, and I think we're probably all in agreement that that's something that we need, and we need approved textbook. I don't know that anyone is
We've had approved textbooks.
is arguing that. And yes, my assumption is that we have had approved textbooks before. And if a science teacher wanted to, do the, baking soda and Coca-Cola trick or something and teach kids something, like if that isn't in their textbook, but it's in some pamphlet.
Like an activity that they would do.
Yeah.
Sure, that's a learning activity.
Activity, and teachers still have creativity around the activities they would do, yes.
Okay, or take this home and read it, and we're going to do this experiment on Friday or whatever. I presume
Correct.
that would not violate the standards of quality for the state of Virginia. Am I correct? So in other words, if...
Yeah, no, it would not, because they'd be teaching the curriculum. They would be teaching, here's the science
So it's
that you have to
it's
teach.
supplemental. It's just supplemental information. It's not the primary. So I think what I'm hearing is that with this new ELA curriculum, teachers can only use, in the case of novels or something like, you can only use what's in the curriculum. So if you wanted to assign, in addition to the curriculum, if you're doing your lessons plan and you're going through all these things, that you couldn't, in addition, have your kids read.
But if they're going to
a
move that
different-
into an instructional process and not just have students read the novels, but if they're going to move it into an instructional piece, then we would submit it to request it to be approved as a supplemental piece, a supplemental text. So that's why the first step is to really find out what we already have before we begin to say, we need supplemental, we need other novels. We don't even know what we have in this division.
Shouldn't we have done that ahead of time?
In terms of what we had,
Yeah, I mean, I guess if we were gonna,
Been done
if we
for
were going
years.
to roll this, okay, if we were, teachers have been teaching, I'm sorry, Mark. Teachers have been teaching at their own novel units, themed novel units for years, doing the same instructional type things that are in Study Sync, but with various novels. So there might be 5, 6, 7, 8, I mean, I used to have over a dozen different novels that students could choose from, read with a partner, or maybe read in a group, where they'd bring it home, they could read it with their parents. They were engaged in reading a book. What I hear is that there's only 2 full novels, they're online, they're digital, and that the rest that are modern are excerpts. And so we are now depriving our students of the joy of owning a book, the joy of bringing a book home to read, to share with your parents, so your parents know, and now we're saying, let's be on a screen all during class for the whole entire time, because that's where everything is. And I think that if this was what the decision was supposed to be, which, again, I think that's where the big debate is, it doesn't seem like that was really what people were told, that there should have been that communication with teachers like, hey, you are going to have to use Study Sync. So if you have novels that you're using in your classroom right now that you would like to supplement the instruction, please tell us what they are so we can go ahead and run those through whatever the process is.
which we have a plan to do. as
But
we're moving
but you have a
forward.
plan to do that. But in the meantime, you have now told teachers that they have to teach from this Study Sync, and that they can't use their novels in their classroom. They can't use any of the lesson plans that they have had over the last, I don't know how many years, and that they have to reuse this, I'm sorry for the term, but kind of canned curriculum, because that is what it is. And so I guess that's where I'm having a really I'm having a hard time, because we are not allowing teachers to use any creativity at all. We're basically taking away from students what I consider to be, like, that's part of, I mean, we all remember bringing books home and reading books. And if you were to ask my students from 6th grade and 8th grade, that was some of the best part. They loved reading their own book. Oh, I got my book to bring home and I get to read that book. Maybe not every single one, but most kids did. And I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that at all. And so I'm a little confused as to how we could roll this out without having taken any of that into consideration, and why it was so urgent to roll it out now, when we have been doing this for years and years. And Annie, you were the curriculum and instruction superintendent for the last, how many years? 3 years.
Correct.
So We're now doing this 3 years later. I'm just questioning the logic in that.
So, I mean, I don't know how to answer that. It's not particularly a question, but in terms of the timeline I shared with you, it was something we started to look at immediately. But the state of Virginia tells us our adoption timelines. We were behind because we should have adopted it at the same time as Benchmark. That was when I came in and I said, why did we not adopt our secondary, because I am an English teacher. I said, why did we not adopt our secondary textbooks? I moved from human resources to that role, and I was told we don't have the money. I said, I don't understand why we don't have the money, because we get the money from our state budget and our local budget. It is one of the very few numbers we get. And so that was why we began researching it. I was told the reason that we did not do it was because of the funding. Part of the reason was we were just spending money here and there on individual things that people wanted, as opposed to purchasing an approved curriculum through the state. Part of the reason Michaeline's saying we don't have the list is because this time it could have been purchased by a PTA. This time it might have been purchased by the principal, and we didn't even know that that was a book that was being used. This time it might have been purchased because somebody put a GoFundMe online and wanted a set of books. And so we didn't necessarily know what those resources were. And so when she's saying we needed to gather that list, you know, it could also be a student reading the same book in 7th grade, 9th grade, and 10th grade because it was the teacher's favorite book. And so there was not a consistent process or list. It was something, again, that I began to review immediately because this is the standard. You know, in our other content areas, science, we adopted that curriculum and we move forward with full implementation. We don't continue to use the old materials with any textbook that we adopt. Math, we implement the new curriculum and we use the new materials. So this is a standard. I do think that what Mr. Hudson said is something that is likely accurate. You know, those of us who understand the code and know that this is the process that you go through, likely could have spent more time explaining that component. I do have the standards of quality as one of those discussion points for board retreat, because there's lots and lots and lots of stuff within there, and nobody can be expected to know all of those pieces.
Turn this off. That looks like it's on. So, I do remember the presentation, and all the information that you gave tonight was not there. And quite frankly, part of that is because the board has said we don't want all these long presentations.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes, ma'am.
presentations have been condensed and speeded up because board has said we don't want to be here all night with presentations.
Yes, ma'am, and Carl would be the first one to tell you that I have plenty of time to share.
Right. I am sorry that that did not happen, because I've been here a long time and presentations are important. And when they're needed, they're needed. And this is one that obviously was needed, but it didn't happen that way. This board was also told that we have a reading problem in this district, and we have got to do something about it because we have children who cannot read when they get to middle school and when they get to high school. It needs to be corrected. From some of what you've said tonight, there are some stop gaps in there to help us identify where students are not reading and to be able to help support them better. I'm not saying people aren't doing their jobs. I'm just saying we may need to do something different. And this is what we have come up with. We were presented with a reading curriculum for our students because something is not working the way it should work. And this is what we as a board voted on to do because we had a problem, and this is what the administration gave to us, like they always do when we have something that we need to correct or do better. So I appreciate the presentation tonight. It is concerning that folks are upset that they're not going to be able to do things the way that they've always done them, but it sounds like they still will be able to do the things that they have done. maybe in a different way. So we voted to move forward with this. The one question I do have, and I think Dr. Whitaker answered that, was why was it late? And that was because it wasn't implemented when it should have been implemented, right?
That's right.
So we're rushing to get things in place to help support our students, because isn't that what this is about? Right. So,
Well, I'm going to have to differ with you a great deal on that, Penny. First of all, the schools in which these teachers were doing their own had very high reading scores. And granted, we do have some students who are not doing well in reading. I also understand from other teachers. I mean, I think that I would really like to hear more from our teachers, because I'm hearing that this is not everything it's being cracked up to be. And it doesn't necessarily address equality. As a matter of fact, some teachers are saying it increases the disparity. So I think that there are a lot of concerns here, and I mean, it is very unfortunate that students in our school system now are going to have, no wonder kids can't, I mean, the fact that sitting down and reading a novel is an important skill. Being able to sit and, I mean, that's the joy of reading. The joy of reading is not reading some excerpts from the computer that support some skill I'm supposed to learn. That's not the joy of reading. You're taking that away and you're saying, well, yeah, they can read other things. But to watch them connect what they're learning with a novel that they want to read and that is interesting and they enjoy, that they chose from a large group of novels. I'm hearing, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Meyer, that if you're a sixth grade teacher, there are 2 full novels that they have to choose from, and the rest are all just novel excerpts. Is that correct?
That's part of the unit piece. That does not mean that they can't pull novels in. They also have another series of.
But the novels they can pull in are novels that the copyrights are, and these are full novels they can pull in?
They are not full novels that are within Study Sync. They would be novels that are already on their shelves that we are now trying to figure out what we have so that we can tie them to specific units, that these would be ones that you'd want to think about during those units. Rather than over here, the novels that are recommended because they kind of follow the theme of the unit, and that they're also adaptable for teaching the standards that we'd want to teach in that unit. So the novels that are in the building are going to be used. They're going to be used. They're going to be used in maybe different ways than teachers have done them before, in terms of looking at real student choice. So I've got 5 or 4 novels. So I've got 3 or 4 of those. So there's small groups reading those and having discussions around a novel rather than a novel for the whole class.
What about students who excel in reading? What benefit does this provide to them?
We'll have to look at that side. That's where we're working with the gifted teachers, but again, they can move with, there's certain novels they can pick at the upper grades, but there will be certain novels from those upper grades that they can't. There's plenty of novels to choose from in the world.
Yeah, and Benchmark does that also.
Yes.
It allows you to level up or level down to
Yes.
do that differentiation.
Yes.
So I think that was, actually, so I had a couple more questions, and one of them actually was touching on, what about the students who are above average, who
Absolutely.
excel, and
Yes,
and I've
yes.
heard, obviously it's a concern, and you mentioned in your presentation about, how, we have data that shows us that, Benchmark and these other things, excel and they work well. We may have to get together and find out, how do we measure that on, it's easy to measure on, SOL pass rates and things like that, right? But how do you measure it? How do you measure it for a lot of your students who it's maybe harder to measure? So, I mean, you don't have to answer that. I'm just saying.
Well, I'll just tell you one of the
Sure.
things that I believe is that you see the excelling when you look at their writing. So it is their writing, because that's where they really transfer their literacy skills into their writing. And so you really see the excelling through a student's ability to write about what they've learned and about what they've read, and that it's coherent and it's organized and it is set up well. That's where we want to get all students. But we are going to work on the differentiation side on all levels. We're going to be working with the gifted program. Ms. Knapp and I have already been looking at that piece to ensure that those students do too. What will not happen is, for instance, the crucibles taught at 11th grade. And I know that because Mr. Jones told me the other day that he thought that had to be one for 11th grade, right, Michaeline? And it is one of the core novels in 11th grade. But there are other novels in 11th grade that those teachers that are not core novels in 11th grade. Not that I would have a 7th grade student reading an 11th grade novel, but for instructional purposes. I may if that student's really interested in it. But the core piece here is looking at what do those gifted kids in my classroom or those cluster kids, what do they need instructionally? And then we look for the novels that fit that piece.
But are we not meeting those kids' needs today if those teachers were instructed to basically only use stuff out of the program and we haven't figured that part out yet? I mean, aren't we?
Some students are going to excel and do well no matter what program you have in front of them. And so from that perspective, I can't I can't answer that completely because I don't have data to be able to do that.
I appreciate
but some kids are going to excel.
I appreciate your honesty, but I'm going to tell you right now, we had a member of the administration that's no longer with us that used to say things like that. And I'm going to start pushing back on that kind of mentality, because what that's saying is some kids are going to do just fine. Okay, well, maybe I misunderstood, and I apologize.
They're going to excel, and we have those options for them in terms of DE and AP. We have honors class at 7th and 8th grade for English for students. So we have the appropriate places to support them already. So that's there. That's what I mean. They're going to be in a class where they're going to get that additional push for that piece, just like they are for math and just like they are for science.
All right. Well, I'll save the rest of my questions, but I will make a statement just to let you guys know where I am on this. But I think that the problem, as I see it, is kind of a problem that I feel like we've had in this district for years, and that's the issue of buy-in and getting the right people at the table, and to have, I sound like a broken record up here, but to have their voices heard and considered and have that back and forth. And I think that, I don't know that we do that really great. Sometimes we do it. Sometimes we have better success than other times, but it's a problem. And I think for me, I don't want to get into the argument of, is it a good program? I'm not qualified to do that, right? But the people that have written us emails. Some of them are sitting out in the audience. They're at our schools. They're our teachers, right? And what success in a process like this looks like to me is that we do everything that we did, and then when school starts, everybody says, not everybody, but the vast majority of people say, yeah, there's some hiccups, but this is a good program, and, there's some aspects I don't like, but, and there's buy-in, right? And that's the part that I don't see. And I'm really concerned about, I hear what you're saying, I think, and you're right, on paper, I think we do have different choices for lots of different kids, but I think in reality, what happens in the classroom, of course, is differentiation, and each teacher brings their, I'm not saying they're going off on their own, Carl. I'm not saying they're off, with the autonomy to make their own curriculum. Obviously, they're using the curriculum that we're providing, but they have enough autonomy on those three things that you listed almost as ooh, this is way too crazy for any teacher to do. It seems pretty basic to me like that. I would expect that out of any teacher, and so I think when we, and I also think it's true that the teachers probably have more choice than maybe we think they do, but certainly, they certainly feel like they're being boxed in, and I think to some degree they are, and I don't want to argue about it. We could argue about whether that's the state doing it or whatever, but my point is that you know, this is, we have to look at this as part of the problem with teaching, right? That when you start boxing in the teachers like this, and when you start telling them they have to do things this way or whatever, we're making their jobs just a little bit worse, a little more miserable, right? And so I think for me, you know, teaching is not robotic. It requires that creativity. It requires that customization within the bounds of what is legal, right? And I just think, you know, limiting them just removes that creativity and that professionalism that they love about their profession, and it takes some of the joy out. They don't feel valued. They don't feel respected. And I just see this as a problem. I don't see a problem with what we're doing. I just think it's maybe how we're doing it. Maybe it's the timeline that we're doing it, getting that buy-in. I mean, it's tough. I think the board has made that mistake on issues. I mean, start times, anybody? I mean, I think that's something that probably could have passed in a better timeline and, you know, with more community support. But anyway, our teacher shortage is partly driven by us because we make these jobs miserable for them. And I would like to be a district that makes the job not more miserable for teachers. So
I want to just tack on to what you said also about getting buy-in. This is a great example of how if we had gotten teachers together, I'll use Mr. Chilcote's term, gave them a seat at the table and allowed them to be part of this whole, hey, this is what we have to do. We are not following the federal guidelines right now. We need to adopt a textbook, and it's got to be our primary source, and it's got to be really the only resource you can use in your classroom. So what can we do to solve this problem? If we had involved the people who were on the front lines in that process, we might have come up with, maybe we'd come to the same conclusion, possibly. But if we did, it would be with them being part of the solution. And instead, this is just another example of central office pushing stuff down onto our teachers. And this is the never-ending problem that we have had. It's what we had for 6 years, and we're continuing to have. And this is exactly why we've had problems.
Say that all the ELA teachers were involved in this?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
In what way? In what way were they involved?
Okay.
Were they part of the, I would like to understand, Marty, in what way they were involved.
I think too.
There was a timeline that showed
Yes.
how folks were involved.
That's right.
So, because we could go on all night with this,
That's
and we
right.
have a lot more we still need to do. So I have a couple of comments. And the first one is, collective bargaining would have given a seat at the table to be able to have this conversation, but this is being kicked down the road. So we don't get to that table. And the other is, this is what the board voted on for us to do. And unless there is something that happens for the board to undo that, which I think would be ridiculous at this point, now that we have adopted this and it's been rolled out, then there needs to be another place to have this conversation, because we
Well,
have
I do think-
more to do, because we just keep saying the same,
Okay.
we keep saying the same thing
Thank
over
you.
and over.
Well, then you know what, then I make a motion.
Motion to what?
There is no
I would,
motion.
what, I said I can make a motion,
And
can
I
I?
think we need to also be conscientious of sounding like we're reprimanding them. We don't want to be reprimanded as a board, and we've used in other situations. And I think that's exactly what we're doing to these folks that know what they're doing. And
Well,
and I've heard laughter from the crowd. And is that something that we would want our students to do in the classroom to a teacher? No. I mean, I'm a little disappointed in how I'm hearing things.
Well, I'm going to say that they're probably disappointed.
I understand. But we're a board that thinks differently on lots of different, and buy-in, we're not all going to have the same buy-in. Teachers don't all have the same buy-in. And with respect, I understand what you're saying, but I think, like I said, we have two professional people here that I feel like don't need to be spoken at the way they are.
Agree.
Please forgive me.
I think
Thank
to
you.
answer both you, Ms. Bond, and Ms. Franklin, I guess what I would like to come out of this, I mean, I think for me, it's obvious that there's an issue here. I mean, this didn't go 100% smoothly. And so are we just going to dig in and say, nothing to see here, nothing's wrong, we're just going to move on? Or are we at least going to, I'm not saying scrap the program, I'm just saying, are there things that we can do? And I do think that,
And that's exactly what I just said,
And
that we're not going to settle this tonight. And
I was
there
just
needs
about to
be
offer a suggestion.
conversation. There needs to be a conversation to be able to do that. And I'm going to say it again. Collective bargaining that's been kicked down the road would have probably helped this a whole lot. But that's not important enough.
Mr.
But it's
Chewbacca.
important enough to say repeatedly, there needs to be a conversation. There need to be, our teachers need to be involved. But yet, we don't want to open up that avenue for that to happen.
Mr. Chewbacca, each of the building administrators has put together an implementation team at their building. I will start having meetings with the principals and those teams very shortly as we continue to move through this year. It's how we set up the framework with Benchmark. Dr. Wickham had a solid model for implementing that because we kept the administrators and the teachers' voice heard. That's going to happen in the same manner. So each building, I'm going out to 2 high schools this week to begin to talk with the administrators about what we need to do in the building to support the teachers.
and I think it sounds, one thing that came out of the discussion tonight is that it sounds like there's some things that we don't have answers for, that we haven't gotten as far
Right.
as we'd like. And so maybe until we do, and until we get that buy-in, maybe it would be okay to at least communicate the expectations to the teachers about, where they can, I don't want to say go outside of the curriculum because that sounds like they're breaking the law or something, but where they can supplement with other things until we can figure out, like you said, figure out what we have and
That's
that type
right.
of
We
thing.
just
So
gotta get in
I
and
think if we
figure it out.
gave the teachers a little bit more flexibility right now, I think, at least for now, I think it could be a stopgap. I don't know, but yeah, thanks.
Any other comments? Okay, we're going to move on to the next. Actually, I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
I did not miss your,
Make a motion for that. Board, before we move forward, I need to apologize. We did miss a vote earlier, but it was not the one that I thought we missed. So we are on the right track now, but we did miss our student school board representative vote, just approving them, which I'm certain we will get, but if we could do that now. Absolutely.
Can we have a motion to approve our student reps?
So moved.
Second.
Roll, please.
Absolutely. Ms. Bond?
Yes.
Mr. Turbaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Yes. Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor. Sorry about that, guys.
Motion
We are
passes, no
on
problem.
now.
I'm sorry, we went and raided the candy closet. So. Okay. We are now to the academic performance. Dr. Whitaker, I believe that's yours.
Can you all hear me now? There you go, I apologize. So today we have a team of individuals here to share with you. We have Dr. Wickham, Mr. Husband, Dr. Walker, and Mr. Pauly, who are all going to share data with you from last year's SOL testing. These are the preliminary results that come out from our federal data. Mr. Husband will talk to you about our CTE annual performance report, and Dr. Walker will speak to you as well about our special education annual report. So Dr. Wickham is up first.
Good evening again. The SOL results that we're going to share tonight are the unadjusted pass rates, which do not include growth. And last year we talked a lot about the opportunity students would have to show growth on the new growth measure assessments. The state accreditation results, which include recovery, growth, and progress for our English learners, have not been reported publicly yet on the accreditation tab of the school quality profiles on the DOE website. That information that includes student growth will be posted on school quality profiles on September 22nd. And obviously those scores are going to be much higher than the ones that you'll see tonight, which are the pass rates that typically we would share around this time of year.
Dr. Wickham, oh, never mind, it's there. I was going to say, what time period does this cover?
So our accreditation for this year is based on the SOL testing that we took last year. So this is from all of our SOL testing last year, but again, it doesn't include the growth measures.
Okay.
So we do anticipate that all of our schools will be accredited, and one of the 19 schools will be accredited with conditions, and that's SMS. This graph shows our reading SOL scores for all students over the past few years as compared to the average for the state. You can see that while our raw pass rates increased over last year, we have not returned to pre-COVID scores, and that's the case for all of our core content areas that you'll see tonight. This graph shows our reading SOL scores for our Black students compared to the state average. The state has added an additional reporting group for multiple race students. The Department of Education's minimum threshold to be considered as a major racial or ethnic student group is 5%. Families who report as multiple races have now exceeded 5% of the total population in Virginia, and that's why you only have that for the past couple of years. It was just added. As you can see here, the reading scores of white students in MCPS is just below the state average, but again showing increase over last year. The pass rates of students with disabilities in MCPS is just below the state average. The performance of economically disadvantaged students in MCPS is just below the state average. And the performance of English learners in MCPS is just below the state average in reading.
That the Black students are above the state average, even though there's still a significant gap.
Next, you have our slides for math. This graph shows our math SOL scores for all students over the past few years as compared to the average for the state. And like reading, you can see that while our raw pass rates increased over last year, we have not returned to pre-COVID scores. Math SOL scores in MCPS are higher than the state average for pass rates for all students. Math scores for our Black students in MCPS are higher than the state average. SOL scores for our students who identify as multiple race are higher than the state average. Math scores for white students in MCPS is just below the state average. Our scores for students with disabilities is just below the state average. Math scores for students who are economically disadvantaged are just above the state average. And math scores for our English learners are well above the state average. These are our science scores, and again, our science scores are above state average. Mr. Paul.
One of the things Dr. Wickham said initially was pointed out that chronic absenteeism this year has been waived by the state as a school indicator for accreditation. However, we do have that data for you. This is not where one of the ones where you want to see the bar go up. So unfortunately, we did have a higher percentage of students who are chronically absent from school. Chronically absent means students who have 10%, have missed 10% or more of the school year, regardless of whether the absences are considered excused or unexcused. And we're at 17.4% this past year. The target is to be less than 15%. So you can see we were below the 15% the previous years when it was recorded, but last year we were above. That's really a statewide trend, and so that's why they waived it this year. Bit of good news, our graduation rates are well above the 85% target. This is the on-time graduation rate. This was locally calculated. We calculated ourselves every year so that we can present early to you. The data won't be out until mid to late September. But I'm quite confident that our graduation rates are accurately represented here. These are students who started as freshmen 4 years ago and graduated within the 4 years, graduated on time. So that's an excellent accomplishment on our behalf. So a bit about school accreditation designations. I'm sure you've heard this before, but it just bears repeating and reminding you. Schools can either be accredited or accredited with conditions or accreditation denied. And as Dr. Wickham said, all of our schools this year, we anticipate them being all accredited, with one, Shawsville Middle, being accredited with conditions. That has to do with the number of school quality indicators that have received either a green, a yellow, or a red. And so you can be accredited with some yellow, but as soon as you get at least one red, then you are accredited with conditions. And those are the schools that we'll be really concentrating on with academic reviews and monitoring. And speaking of monitoring, these are the schools that will be under level 2 school monitoring. Notice that these schools will be under division level monitoring. So I actually just participated in the training for these schools that the state provided in how they would like to see us address either our achievement gaps or our shortfalls in all students. And I will say that for all of our schools that are in this category, all the secondary schools anyway, it's all in reading. So reading is the yellow for each of those secondary schools. These 3 secondary schools will be on level 3 school monitoring because they have more than one yellow or one red. And those schools, we're receiving that training next week. And what the state will require, notice they are at the VDOE monitoring level or state monitoring level. And I don't know exactly what that entails yet until we have the training. This just summarizes the things that Dr. Wickham said at the outset of the presentation. These are some of the dates that we anticipate that the VDOE will be making public news releases here within the coming days before the end of the month. Individual school profiles will also be updated. This information has not yet been reported publicly, but as soon as it hits the VDOE website, it will be considered public information. So we've given you just a preview of what we can expect with preliminary data. I believe Mr. Husband is next.
If you don't mind, Mr. Husband, I asked Mr. Husband to add to the presentation for this year. We haven't had CTE sharing in the past, and I think we're missing the celebrations of some of our students. And so we've asked for this year to include that in our update.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. So the CTE report is a little bit delayed from the other data. It comes out in the spring in preparation for the Perkins grant applications. So this actually came out in, I believe it was April of this year, and reflects 2021 data. It's important to note that MCPS did meet all of our performance standards in career and technical education for the 2021 school year. Many of those indicators are actually reflections of what students who concentrate in the CTE area did academically in math, English, science, social studies. It reflects their graduation rates, but there are also some CTE specific indicators that I'll talk about on the next slide. So here's our summary. I did include a link to the full report. It does go into quite a bit of detail, but I think the summary really talks about how we did in terms of the graduation rate, a couple different other areas, but then the second half at the bottom there talks more about the CTE specific areas, participation in work-based learning, technical skills, competency exams. And then the one I really want to point out that I'm probably most proud of is 4S1. And these are based on federal standards, but the non-traditional program concentration. This is the one that across the state, CTE programs have the most difficulty meeting year in and year out. So when we talk about career and technical education at the federal level, non-traditional means that there are careers in society, and start within our education, that are predominantly one gender or another. So if we think about nursing, especially in nursing education, it's predominantly female students. Welding and auto tech, predominantly male students. So VDOE and the federal government actually tracks how we do at having students who are in the opposite gender of what is traditional taking those courses. And they use 25% as a threshold. So it really speaks, I think, a lot to the culture that our teachers are creating in our classrooms, that we go above and beyond that federal standard for having students feeling comfortable in a classroom that maybe is non-traditional for that student. So that's an important one that I just wanted to point out to you all. And that is the end of my two pieces. Thank you.
Good evening. And I'll present the Special Education Annual Report. This report is based off of fiscal school year 2019-20. It's always 2 years behind because that's how long it takes the Department of Education to analyze all school division data. So even though the letter comes out annually, it's always 2 years behind based on that. So DOE is required again to make determination for each school division, again based on the APR data for federal indicators and state standards. Determination categories are meet requirements, needs assistance, needs intervention, and needs substantial intervention. But based on the 1920, our school division met all 10 federal compliance indicators. And these indicators are data that's submitted to the state on an annual basis. This this will let you know what the definitions are for all compliance indicators. However, when it comes to the performance, our school division needs some assistance as determined by because of not meeting state standards, which is those SOL scores. And also with that is there are 3 areas where we did not meet those, and it's graduation, participation, and performance. Here's the breakdown of how DOE determined this finding. Each school division has a chance to earn 80 points. 80 points is meet all standards, meet all requirements. There are 40 points that are available for participation,
and there's 40 points available for compliance. When you do a breakdown, the results deals with the participation and SOL scores, and the compliance deals with the federal indicators. As I mentioned earlier, in the green, we met all 20 points, which is 100% in the indicators, but when it came to state performance in reading and math, we lost 10 points, and on the following slides, I'll let you know how we lost those 10 points. In the year of graduation, in 1920, our school division was 47.92%. We did not meet that state target, and we only got 1 point out of 4. And when you look at the state target was 70.74%. And that's because there were too many students on applied studies diplomas during that year. However, we took a look at that data and we put some interventions in place. And so I went ahead and put the highlighted areas of where we increased in graduation. So 2021, we increased to 73%, and 21-22, we're slightly below that 70.4% target at 69.5%, but I believe in this school year that we'll make that 70% target. In mathematics, in the year 1920, again, you see the scores and you see the target rates. So you have participation and performance. Again, participation, too many students not participating in state assessments, and then performance, again, not meeting those SOL standards. So out of 0 to 4 points, again, we received a 3 and a 2. So again, we're chipping away at those points there. Again, here is reading. Again, not meeting those state standards. Again, losing points on the scoring range. However, again, in participation we have too many students with disabilities not participating in state assessments. Now, again, again, you see the performance there as well. Yes, ma'am.
That's a question. So why is that number so high with the lack of participation?
Again, participation is a parent's choice when it comes to taking state assessments. Again, it was a COVID year as well. COVID was happening. Some parents chose not for the students to attend in-person learning. So the assessments were taken in school or in-person learning. And again, some parents elect not to have their child participate, and they opt out. The school division does take a hit when parents opt out of state assessments because we're required to assess every student.
Okay, thank you.
In 21-22, we did receive an indication of disproportionality within the school division for other health impairment category for Black students. And the letter link is there. And this Department of Education has a risk ratio that they apply to every school division when it comes to disproportionality. 2.0 is the state threshold. We were at 2.24. Here's how we're going to handle that disproportionality, is that we trained school-based teams on VDOE eligibility and supplemental guidance. That document came out in 2022, and all school divisions were invited to come down and to Richmond and to attend a training on eligibility and to develop certain thresholds for each specific category in eligibility, including the other health impairment, the one that we were disproportionate in. We also looked at the use of Virginia state criteria sheets for all disability category areas and to determine our thresholds. Each local school division has a specific threshold when it comes to eligibility. We did multifaceted assessment processes, which did include cultural competence assessments, including cultural social histories. We looked at also implementing achievement assessment training for all school-based teams. Our school psychologists attended an ethics training, and the focus was on equity at Bradford University. So those are some of the areas that we're looking at to make sure that we are in line with making sure that we're not disproportionate moving forward with any of our students within the school division in any special ed category.
So if we are disproportionately identifying African-American students, what happens when it's like, oh, we made a mistake, this child is not what happens to that with that child?
So when there's a student that's been identified inappropriately, then the school division has to go back to review that eligibility information and do due diligence with that student to make sure that everything was done in compliance. So with disproportionality, the school DOE requires that we send them information on eligibility on any students that were determined to be disproportionate. We sent that data. We reviewed the data in-house as well, every component in the eligibility process, and we found that everything was in compliance in what we did here. So that information goes to DOE to let them review to make sure that we are in compliance with what we did. And so we received that we were in compliance with everything that was done at the table. Disproportionality is based on a certain sample size in racial ethnicity and specific categories of disabilities versus other racial categories of disabilities. And so when you compare the two, you come with a risk ratio. And if you're over the risk ratio, then your school division is determined, disproportionate. You can be disproportionate on, let's say you have 2 students. One becomes eligible, you're automatically disproportionate because it goes on the sample size, the small sample size. So when let's say in 2019-20, there are about 320 students that were identified as having initial eligibilities. There were 336. 28 of those were African American, very small sample size. Out of the 28, only 9 students were determined eligible for special ed services under the category of other health impairment. It's at 9% that DOE looked at, that small sample size, and and that was about 32% of the 28 that were evaluated. So that could seem disproportionate. So that's why we got the letter. So that's why we had to go back and review all 9 records of all those students and to make sure that we were in compliance with all the processes and procedures of the eligibility process. And so based on our review, based on the criteria sheets that the state provides, and based on the entire process the school divisions completed, we were found that we were in compliance with all those processes. And so just because we got the letter, we have to follow through with an automatic review of that information, and the state requires that we send it to them as a checks and balances that we've done that.
Okay, so what happens if there is a child who is determined to have been misidentified, but yet they have been put into the special ed program?
That has to come back to the IP table to review at eligibility and to see if a student was misidentified. So the information has to come forward, and it has to be proven that they were misidentified, and the data or anything that is in that direction of misidentification has to be discussed amongst the table, and to make sure that everything was looked at, all data, all reading scores. We had to look at social cultural, the history. We look at everything to make sure that everything was in line. Right. So if a student is misidentified, then that information has to be matched against all procedures, all processes and procedures. So let's say, for example, if a parent feels their child is misidentified, then we go back and we reconsider. We ask the parent, why do they feel? We go back and reconsider. And we look at all the information as a checks and balances to make sure that everything was covered, that nothing was missed.
Okay, so if something was missed, and now the child for a year or 2 has been classified as special ed, which means they may not have been given the same rigor as if they were not, what happens with that child at that point?
That child, again, is based on what was done. If it's proven that the student was misidentified, the student is exited from special education services at that point. And then again, wraparound services are put in place. We look at compensatory services for that student to make up the stagger of what they have missed. And so that's how we look at that piece there. And so, but usually when a student is determined misidentified, we look at the reasons why they were misidentified. And so that would be the trigger as to what was the reason being that you didn't see that this kid was misidentified or not. So we look at the psychological to make sure that everything is in line. We look at any new information that has come forward from the parent or from any other source, and that's always considered as well. So that's, again, all that information is brought to the table and discussed. And so usually we have not found any students to be misidentified, since I have been at the head of special ed and in this school division. I don't know about any previously, but it's always considered very thoroughly. The process is considered very thoroughly. If you're going by the state-approved criteria sheets, then you're going to, that's approved by the state, then you're going to, follow that guidance to make sure that no one is misidentified.
Okay, thank you, but just my concern is if we have students who are misidentified, then they're going to need extra resources, and you addressed how that would happen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Moving forward, for next steps, to increase the percentage of students with disabilities graduating with a standard or advanced standard diploma, we're going to continue to examine and monitor course sequencing. We're also going to increase parental involvement of diploma tracking. We're going to make sure that we be purposeful with the planning of diploma track for student with disabilities, and also we're going to continue with the use of credit accommodations for diploma requirements. Again, increasing participation of students. As we discussed earlier, every student should have the opportunity to be assessed. The Every Student Would Succeed Act indicates our students with disabilities must participate in statewide testing. Again, the parents can refuse. It's marked as a refusal. We have no choice but to do that. It's the parent's choice. So we're going to have IEP teams to really sit down and discuss with parents the benefits of student assessments. But again, it is a parent's choice in assessing in reading and in math. Again, increase the performance of students with disabilities in statewide testing for reading. What we're going to do, again, we're going to increase student beliefs and inclusive beliefs, high expectations for students with disabilities. Again, looking at instruction, that specially designed instruction, and we're going to do that through our co-teaching initiative. And so that will take care of all of those that I just mentioned. And we're going to do the same thing for math. Coming up for 22-23, every school division in the state of Virginia, according to House Bill 1280, Senate Bill 1288 and House Bill 2299, has to participate in a results-driven accountability report of an inclusive practice self-assessment and develop an action plan based on that every 3 years. The result of the assessment, again, is sent to the DOE, a report to the division superintendent, a report to the director and the chairs of local school boards, and the Special Education Advisory Committee. I did provide links to those letters and links there. Also, what's coming up is the Department of Education, again, is required to monitor every school division in the state of Virginia. And with that said, all school divisions are being placed in cohorts. Montgomery County is in cohort 2. So this year, cohort 2 is up for monitoring. And so we are going to be in a cyclical monitor, and that will include just them coming to take a look at processes and procedures to make sure that all school divisions are in line with their practices of what they're doing at central office and at the school board, at the school office, the school-based level. And a report from that, again, will be given to DOE as well as the superintendent. They'll make sure that this is not disruptive in any way, And so again, it is a checks and balances, and a lot of this is coming out of the JLOC report that was completed a couple of years ago. And there is a link to the letter that the school division received for monitoring. That's the end of the special education report, as well as the entire accreditation report. Any questions for any of the departments that presented this evening?
Yeah, I have a couple. What is inclusive belief? It's the belief word that I'm.
Beliefs that student with disabilities can achieve, both academically, socially, and emotionally.
I'm trying to find the slide here, but it was listed as one of the. Oh, here it is. Slide 38, I guess, right? Increase inclusive beliefs. So is that for teachers? Is that for parents?
Yes. The tool is. The tool is division-wide. Inclusive beliefs, division-wide. It's part of the tool. So, for example, we've already started on this inclusive practices process. We've sent a survey out to every school division employee, teachers, instructional assistants, and again, there are certain questions asking about student with disabilities, the beliefs. And so we'll get data back from that. Data is already coming back from that already. Also, there is a survey going out to administrators, and that information is based on data collection, because based on the tool, there are certain points of data collection that the schools have to produce. And so we're getting information. We'll get information on that as well. And that tool will be going out to school divisions probably in the next week. And we have a due date of December 22 to have everything in, and the findings of all of that will be put in the summarized report. And of course, that will go to the board chair, and you should be able to see those findings for the school division. And that's for that self-assessment. Also for the monitoring piece, every school division, again, going through that as well. So you'll get a finding from that as well.
So it's interesting in some of these presentations, one you showed too, Carl, it was interesting, some of the word choice, like in your presentation here, Dr. Walker, it says target. And I think maybe the same word was used, yeah, for the absentee, right? But then you said, and I was going to ask the question, but you already answered it, basically saying we've seen this trend statewide. So I guess my question to you, this data is for 2019, 2020,
yes, it's always
right?
back 2 years.
No, I understand that, but when we looked at some of the charts early on, it was like, you know, I guess our pre-COVID numbers are only.
So this data, that was so loud, I'm so sorry. This data specifically, the earlier data that was shared was specific to last year's test, what Dr. Wickham was sharing with you. And Dr. Walker's last slide about this year, or was it the last slide where you said 21? There was one of his that was for this year, but the rest is back.
I understand that.
Okay.
I guess my question, what was interesting is that data was completely missing for 2019, 2020. It was almost like the state just said, this data is essentially no good, you know, or it's not representative, or it's going to be really low and we don't want to see it, you know, whatever they thought. But when you look at that data, it's like, you know, the first bar is high, and then there's nothing, and then, you know, then it's low, but then the next one is up significantly. It's almost like, yeah, we had this big thing, COVID, and then now we're recovering from it. And so I don't know how useful, you know, it would be if we had numbers from 2019, 2020. So I guess so 2 questions on this. One is, you know, first of all, is this data useful to us? Or is it like such a weird year with everything that happened that it's not all that useful? And number 2, when you look at these targets, you know, I mean, the one that you're showing right now, the target is 70.74 for graduation, and our number is 47.92. I mean, that's a pretty big miss, but that doesn't mean that the state averaged 70.74 and we came in way below, does it? Or, I mean, can you help us make sense of?
That's the state target. The state target is across all divisions across the state as to the bar is set for student with disabilities for graduation with a standard diploma. There are 2 diploma types. There are the Applied Studies Diploma, which is mainly for students who are on the alternative assessments, the VAP, and there is a standard diploma and advanced standard. There is no more modified in the middle. The middle are for credit accommodations. When I see this, 47.92, I see no use of credit accommodations to bridge the gap towards a standard diploma. When we did training in 2021 on credit accommodations, you see the increase. So that's how they measure that. And so again, in 21, 22, we saw a small dip, but very close to that 70.7.
But it's hard to know, I mean, how are we doing on the state average? Because when you look at the state average, it gives you an idea of just what happened across the board, right? So, you know, maybe this number is good, maybe it's not. I don't know. Do you have any idea? Has a state shared, I mean, they shared a target, but have they shared any data?
State shares the targets with us. That's all they share with us.
Okay. I mean, look, if that leads to, if that leads to us getting help from the state, I'll take it, I guess. But I mean,
Depends how you define help.
But true.
Do you feel helped, Dr. Walker?
Sometimes you get help, sometimes they stay, they don't leave.
yeah. Well, I'm thinking resources, obviously, but
Yeah, it's resources, it's professional development training is what
Yeah.
the resources will be.
Okay.
And so, but I do see that we are making the increase because the division is utilizing the credit accommodations more consistently. But when it comes to the performance piece, it's the co-teaching is what's going to make the difference in the classroom. And so we, as a division, we are not as consistent with co-teaching. As we want to be, we do have different levels. Some are emerging, where they're just learning about it. Some of the pairs are. Some of the pairs are developing, and some there are pockets of advancing. So we are not, consistent across the board at an advanced level with co-teaching, which does involve differentiation, modifying the content of the instruction. So this year is the first year that we finally get to really get in there and to work with the co-teaching initiative. We've had to stop and start over the past 2 years. We are involved in a collaboration with Radford University, Office of Inclusive Practices as well. And so we'll be taking a very strong point and focus on the classroom, because that's where the magic happens when it comes to those SOL scores for students with disabilities. It's the modifying of the content, how the instruction is being delivered, and the different co-teaching models. And so that's what the focus will be, to get our teachers to really, get to the point where we're operating at an advanced level of the school division. We have a 3-year plan for that because it's something that is not learned overnight. It does take time to learn all of this and practice. And so that's what the co-teaching initiative is about. And so that's what is going to make the difference in passing those state standards on those SOL scores for students with disabilities. As a school division, we do a great job with inclusion, but it's inclusive practices where we fall short. And so that's where the co-teaching initiative is going to come into play. Okay.
And I would say Dr. Walker has worked very diligently on this. That 3-year plan he has had, and he was implementing it 3 years ago, and then COVID struck, and we had to pull back on not on instruction, but on the observations, the identification of our exemplar models. Having an excellent co-teaching pair is very important. Having 2 people, you share that classroom. It's kind of like a marriage. And so having someone that you can partner with well and that you feed off of each other, it just takes time. But I do want to say Dr. Walker has put the time into it. We've just had to sometimes step back a little bit and reframe and say, obviously in the middle of COVID, nobody was in the same room together, much less teaching together. So they did a great job, and I know he has an excellent plan that's been laid out. Did some surveys on inclusive practices and beliefs a couple years ago internally, so it's nice to see that he had the forethought of now the things that are coming down for divisions across the state.
Any further questions?
Any other questions for Dr. Walker? Thank you very much for your time, everybody who presented. Thank you.
I did want to make a comment. There's some real bright spots in that presentation, and a lot of good work that's going on. So
That's right.
Thanks to our staff on that.
And I appreciate you saying that, Mr. Trabaka. Dr. Wickham noted in the beginning about soon we'll see the growth and we'll be able to see what that looks like. You know, the state hasn't released it yet, but I think particularly now coming out of the pandemic, it's important to focus on that growth as well. You know, we don't want to wait until we get that because it's our duty to share with our public our scores, but we will come back once those growth rates come out and share with you what that looks like. But our teachers and our staff have done an amazing job over the last couple of years. It's hard to compare, right, pre to post, because there is no way to compare. You know, we can't. But I think they've done an exceptional job, everybody, as we come along, and it'll be exciting to see those growth numbers.
Okay. I think this one's yours too, MCPS.
I think it is mine. I'm so sorry. Mr. Knott is up next. He's going to share with us an update on our staffing for both our certified and classified vacancies.
Good evening. It's nice to be up here and not talk about COVID again. And not
I know,
having
we're
Jason here
missing Mr. Garrettson.
So I'm going to provide tonight a update on where we are in staffing. If you looked at this presentation when it was first put in your packet, you're going to see some significant changes in our numbers. Folks have really been working hard to employ people that we need to have working in our students, and we did update that today. So this slide and the next two are going to show you the vacancies that we do currently have. If we don't have a vacancy filled at this time, we do have the position covered in some way, shape, or form, either with a long-term sub or in some areas staffing has been adjusted to help cover that. For our gifted position, for example, we're missing a 0.5 gifted position, so Ms. Naff has adjusted where people are teaching to cover for that currently while we're still looking for a gifted person. Of note on this slide, we do have a chemistry ecology teacher position at Blacksburg High School, and we had a candidate today accept the position. Woo! So we're very excited about that. Originally on here was a French position, and we have had a candidate come in and they started September 1st. So our principals have been working and all of our hiring managers have been working to fill these positions.
And I would say that hiring stipend was working as well to get that September 1st start date was really an important thing. And so that definitely worked for us.
I don't think he'll be upset with me saying this, but our French teacher arrived at 3:15 or 3:45 a.m. on September 1st, so he could be here September 1st. On our next slide, on that first slide, it was all of our certified positions, and now we're going to move to our classified positions. You'll see there the positions that we have listed. In some of the status pieces, you'll see a candidate is in workflow. What that means is a candidate has been selected, and now we have put them through workflow for all the approvals that have to take place at the central office level, and once they have finished with that, then the position will be offered to them. Hopefully they will accept, and that position would be no longer a vacancy as well. And you can see here we have two candidates, one in our computer technician that is in workflow, and we have one current candidate in our custodial pool. It is in workflow, but if you'll notice that custodial number, it's at 3.5. That's how many vacancies we currently have right now. And I think last year, every time I came to you, we were somewhere between 8 and 12 last year when we talked about those positions. Yes, ma'am.
So with the increased size of Bellevue, Christiansburg Primary, and Christiansburg Elementary, do we have additional staff like we typically do?
We did not.
No, we have not added additional staff to buildings. And certainly, I believe it's something that should be looked at when we increase the space, but there's been no additional staff added, I think, for any of those.
Okay, because when we've done the high schools and middle schools and whatever, I think at Follow Branch too, we've added positions because we've got twice the space.
Mm-hmm.
We'll take a look at that. I'll talk with Ms. Jones, Robbie Jones, and we'll look at that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. In our next slide here, you'll see some more classified positions. One area of note here I want to make sure you're aware of, we've got 7 bus driver vacancies right now. We have 2 candidates who are in training and 1 candidate who is in workflow. But in talking with Eddie Walters, it takes 5 to 6 weeks once we hire someone to get them, if they don't already have their CDL, to get them through training before they can drive a route. So we're still a ways out on bus drivers right now and getting that number down. As Eddie has said to me a couple times, he feels like every time he hires a couple, he loses a couple. They resign, some others resign. So,
And thankfully, we have the ability to provide the CDL training and certification here. Otherwise, that would be an additional time frame to wait for them to go to Withville.
Correct. So us having that option here does speed up the process some. But it's certainly not optimal for getting someone in right away unless they already have their CDL.
And two, I think it's important for the board to know, I know we had to change a route last week. That was the first time that we had to do that. And it is not something we want to ever have to do, but that we made it 3 years and did not have to do that yet, I think was an accomplishment of our transportation department. All of the staff there, they also drive. So while we can cover routes, every day we have them out means they're not doing something, that they would be doing, a maintenance or some other piece. And so, of course, we work to stay on top of those regulations, but that staff really, really pulls together and says, what do we need to do to get kids to school every day? So I'd just like to applaud them for that work. I heard a comment before, and I think it's important to clarify, field trips have not been asked to be stopped in any way. We have asked principals to stay within their budget for field trips, and we did not decrease. We said stay within what you have been allocated for your field trips and for principals to make those choices. But the main reason being, we have to make sure we can staff those. And so asking for those field trip requests in the beginning of the fall and the beginning, earlier for spring allows Eddie to decide, does he have drivers? Because we got to staff school first. And then we're at a place here soon where we're going to have to decide which trips get priority. And so it's just important, I think, that folks know that's the reason for asking for these earlier, is so we can make sure that we can get people to those activities. But we haven't reduced any of the request. It's just asking principals in their building to approve within their budgets.
Another area on this slide that I wanted to make mention of is our aide positions. Last year we had a lot more aide positions vacant throughout the year. Special education has worked very hard, and our principals who have had openings have worked very hard. We did a special education aide only job fair 2 weeks ago, and we had 12 people show up, and I think we were prepared to offer to about 10 of them, and we got about 7 of those candidates that day. So we've been working very hard in special education and stayed on top of it, and our principals have done a really good job of staying more on top of our lunch recess aides and finding people. Hopefully we'll get people to stay and we won't have that movement that we've had before, but that's always a possibility.
So, I'm still on.
That's okay.
So I didn't know if I was on or off. So what are some of the biggest barriers with our aides and being able to keep them and recruit them?
Recruiting, we're getting people to come to our job fairs, and we're going to continue to do monthly support staff job fairs this year. That's not something we did last year. That's going to be new for this year to try to keep our pools more full of candidates. Part of the problem keeping them is some people get into being an aide and then realize working with children is not really what they want to do. To be quite honest, they get into it, and this is tougher than they thought it was going to be. Teaching is not easy. Working in a school is not easy, and so people think, I went to school, I'm qualified to do that, and then it's just not their niche. It's not what they were intended to do. So I think that's where we see a lot of our problems with retention come in. They find out it's just not what they want to do. Where we've seen one of the best things we can do with any of our employees is make them feel welcome. make them feel like they are an important part of that school. And our schools do a pretty good job of that. You know, can we improve? Certainly, we can improve all the time in everything we do, but making any employee feel like they're part of the school family is critical. And unfortunately, sometimes we don't get aides that stay long enough to get that feeling. And I wish they would, because they would find out it's a great job. It really is.
I would share, we are working right now to build a collaborative process with Radford University. At this time, Dr. Walker and Danny and I, or I should say Mr. Knott, I apologize, we met with some individuals from Radford University about trying to build some opportunities for aides to become licensed teachers while being employed by us. And so they're looking at some grant opportunities. And so we're working, as well as some other school divisions with Radford, but to try and increase the individuals who are currently serving as aides and helping them get licensed to become certified teachers as well. So I'll keep you apprised of that, but I think it's a good road for us to go down as well.
We sent out an interest survey, and we had a very good response, and a lot of folks very, very interested in that program. Hopefully we can make it happen. And then lastly, I wanted to give you an athletic trainer update. Some of you may know, some of you may not know. We partner with VCOM for them to help provide our athletic trainers. We pay a portion of their salary, they pay a portion of their salary, and the athletic trainer works for VCOM part of the day and then works for us the rest of the day. And there is a national athletic trainer shortage, just like we have a teacher shortage. I honestly think the athletic trainer shortage is right now worse than the teacher shortage. We have lots of universities who don't have athletic trainers for their programs. I know Virginia Tech is advertising for one right now for their outdoor track team, and that they haven't been able to fill. I know Radford University is short trainers. So we have one trainer right now who started today through VCOM, and they're at CHS. They're continuing to try to find folks, but they're just not out there. So we are going to explore seeing what we can do, like we did last year, maybe offering a stipend of our own for a part-time trainer. That's what we were able to find last year. They couldn't commit to being at the school every day, but they were there for games, and 1 day a week for training purposes, for rehab purposes, that injury evaluation, that kind of thing. So we're looking into that right now as well. And hopefully we'll find someone. As far as our games right now, VCOM is working with Virginia Tech trainers and Radford trainers to find coverage for our games, our home games, through their trainers and working with them to cover those games for us. Do you have any questions for me?
So custodians, we're better than what we were, but are we still having some of the same issues around pay and hours?
So with our custodians, we are definitely better than where we were, and I'm sorry I didn't highlight that. I meant to. We are missing 3.5 positions right now. We do have one candidate in workflow. 1.5 of those positions are at Blacksburg High School. There is one position at Auburn Elementary School and one position at Christiansburg Elementary School.
Administrative assistants, I know that's been sometimes an issue.
Right now, we don't have any administrative assistant vacancies.
Okay. Thank you. Nurses are good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Need a sub, we can always use sub nurses, but overall, we're filled other than sub nurses.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, Danny, how does, when you talked about coverage for home games, how's that different than the full-time trainers at each of the high schools? Are they there for practice, or how does that work?
So what happens, so this Friday night, all of our teams are playing away. It's a bad example, but we've got a home game at Blacksburg High School. VCOM will work with Virginia Tech or Radford to try to find a trainer who works for them, who is not on duty, for them that can come to Blacksburg and be the trainer at the football game. They are not there during practice. They're only there covering that athletic event.
What about that person that we hired for, or that we have at Christiansburg High School? What is that person?
Person at Christiansburg High School will be there 5 days a week. They will cover practices. They will cover home games. With football, they would travel to away games as well.
It's more than football, I'm assuming, or is it just football?
Oh, yes, it's all sports. The
Oh,
person
okay.
at Christiansburg High School will be all sports. And right now, VCOM is focusing on football with our other schools that don't have trainers, because that's our most collision-friendly sport right now.
So I guess like we do in some other staffing shortages where we move teachers around and stuff like that, if we don't get somebody from VCOM to cover to fill in those other positions, is there talk about sharing, or if we only get one or something, is there talk about, can we share trainers? Can we do, I mean.
It's going to be very difficult to share a trainer. What we have done, though, is ask that the two trainers that we had last year that were part-time, they did help out at Blacksburg and Christiansburg when they could, and they were also on call to discuss injuries, and sometimes they did go, were able to go to one of the other two schools to evaluate an injury, to help with the rehab, set the rehab up so that that could be done there at school without them there. But with one trainer at one school, it's going to be very difficult to share that trainer, just because they're going to, with the number of sports that our two larger high schools have, Christiansburg and Blacksburg, they're going to be busy at that school.
I'm sure they will. I guess I'm just wondering why, let's say we pick up one more person. We have two people. So you have your two big high schools are covered, let's say. Would there be, once or twice a week that trainer, busy days or something? I don't know. I'm just wondering, because a trainer will bring education, sports education to our athletes, right? And so to, deprive that one school completely, just because we can't staff it. I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't understand how.
I think it would
the
be very
intricacies of
difficult,
that.
But certainly I'll talk with Mark Husband, who's now overseeing athletics, and we'll communicate with VCOM and see if something like that could take place.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Well, Danny, before Mark starts, thank you and you and your staff for all the effort and all the extra job fairs and going out into community and, saying, here we are, come, right? So
Being at Stepping Out was absolutely awesome. It was a great experience. I don't know why we haven't been there in the past. As long as I'm here, we'll be going to Stepping Out from now on. And Wilderness Trail Festival is coming up, not this week, but next week, and we'll be there too.
I want to see you down at that tomato festival.
I just had one quick note to add that I think that Mr. Knott just might have slipped his mind, that our athletic trainers are also teaching. So at Christiansburg High School, the trainer is teaching fifth block every single day.
Okay.
And so the traveling between schools would be really difficult.
All right, yeah.
VCOM's been
I get it.
doing everything they can to staff them, and we've got a few ideas that MCPS can do as well that we'll start to work on now.
All right. Thanks.
Okay.
So I think I would add this presentation with anybody who's still watching at 10:49, calling all people looking for the best employer. Please apply for our vacant positions. We would love to have you.
I'm sure there's many people out there watching right now.
Or
Okay.
So next, Ms. Miano. Actually, she is not here today. Oh, there she is. I'm so sorry. It's next week, isn't it? And I even looked right back there at you, Katie. I'm so sorry. Ms. Miano is here this evening to share with you a new budget calendar that we've provided for you. As I had shared previously with the board, we wanted to make some recommendations. Of course, it is the board's budget, and so this is just a recommendation for you to review. Come on up, Katie.
Don't really have a big presentation. You can see
That's
the
okay.
calendars here. Yeah. Glad you appreciate that at this time. I just wanted to point out that by approving the calendar as presented, you approved 2 additional dates that aren't already on your calendar. That's January 24th, 2023 and April 25th of 2023.
And one of the main changes you'll see on that calendar is moving our employee group presentations up. That's traditionally been done in January or February. January usually, correct? And so my recommendation had been to move that up to the beginning of the budget cycle. That way, if there's things the board wants us to compile information on based upon what our employee groups share, that will give the staff time to do that. When we do it in January or February, it's a little late to impact that budget cycle.
Okay, do I have a motion does anybody wish to make a motion regarding this budget calendar?
So moved.
Second.
I guess the motion is to accept this calendar, correct?
The motion is to approve the budget planning calendar for fiscal year 23-24 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. Ms. Woods, will you please call the roll?
Sure. Ms. Bond? Mr. Trabaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin?
Yes.
Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson?
Yes.
Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion passes. Due to the fact that I'm looking at the clock and it is very late and we still have closed session and we have a few things to talk about there, I'm wondering if we can maybe table the board retreat agenda. I hate to push it again, but I'm really thinking do we have to move to do that, to table it, or can we just say, oh, well, next time?
I think
Yeah, but we keep doing that.
I know.
And before we know it, it'll be time for the retreat, and we won't know what we're doing, if anything.
I hear you.
This takes some planning.
But I also will tell you that it is 10 to 11 and we have 4 issues to discuss in closed session.
Would you like us to put it higher on the agenda next time so that we can get to it earlier
Yes,
in the meeting?
please.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
I think also maybe in the meantime, over the next couple of weeks, maybe we can put a Google Doc out there or something that we can all submit, ideas for what we can do, or maybe just to try to maybe expedite the process a little bit. Unfinished business. Are there any items of unfinished business?
No, I might have one topic there, and I know it's late, I'll try to keep it short, but certainly as we've been talking about collective bargaining, we still have some work to be done there. As my friend beside me keeps saying, keep kicking it down the road. I do feel like we at least owe it to the teachers and all the parties involved to at least put together a timeline that we can shoot for, right? I mean, at least for me, I work a lot better when I have a deadline, right? And with all the stuff we have going on, the things that have deadlines that are sooner are always going to take priority over the things that don't, right? So regardless of where people are and how they feel about it, I just feel like we need to put a timeline in place that we can stick to and get this thing done. I'm not sure if we need to discuss that tonight. I mean, I think we at least need a closed session to figure out, to finish some stuff up. I'm not sure where we stand, but.
I could support discussing I think what you're saying is in public, so I could support adding it to the agenda in the future to agree on a timeline,
Right.
and maybe even give some thoughts.
I understand that, and I realize that that people are looking for where we're headed with this, and as opposed to just sort of delay, feeling like it's in just a total state of delay. And we will, hopefully we will have not hopefully, we will have a new superintendent starting soon, so they'll be able to be part of the process. So yes, I think we all agree that that's a good idea to move forward on.
So is that an agenda item for the next meeting to establish that timeline? Is that the appropriate step?
Who would establish that? I mean, I don't know who would work on that. We would, right? So we'd have to do it, I don't know, we'd have to have a separate meeting to do that, or how would we get that established? Just agenda item to discuss? Okay.
Cool.
Agenda item for next meeting.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any items of new business?
I just wanted to ask if we can make sure that we put a data update on benchmark whenever we feel it's a comfortable time to report on those numbers.
We absolutely can. What would you be looking for, just so we can make sure to get you the right information?
Probably the comparison from where we started. And I know COVID factors in there, but where we started to where we are now, and where what we've seen in student growth.
Okay.
And in what areas.
Okay. I will speak with Dr. Wickham about that, and we will add it at the appropriate time.
It's appropriate.
Sounds good.
Are there any announcements? Anybody have any pressing announcements?
I've got a quick one. So I'm going to go back about 2.5 weeks, so right before school started. 2.5 weeks? Are we on our 3rd week? I think.
No, we're no. It's all been
all
like a
the
blur.
blur.
But I've been meaning to recognize this person, and Morgan, I want to thank you for the outstanding videos that you choreographed and put together of all of our wonderful teachers and staff, and just the welcome back video. They were awesome, and a little birdie told me it took 20 plus hours, 2 days or something to get all of that together. And so I just wanted to commend you on that because I heard a lot of positive feedback on those, and they were great, and I think you deserve a public thank you. So thank you for doing all that.
Yay, Morgan!
Thank you. Say as well that there are some videos that will be going out on our Facebook page, well, on all of our social media this week for recruitment for bus drivers. So make sure to take a look at those. We're featuring 3 of our bus drivers telling us about why they love their job.
Oh, cool. Very cool. I like it. Okay, anything else? Anybody else? Upcoming school board meetings, agenda. Our next work session will be on September 20th, 2022, here at the school board office. And the plan is that we will announce our new superintendent. So do I have a motion to enter into closed session as authorized by Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia to discuss 4 personnel matters?
Second.
Ms. Woods, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Bond? Mr. Turbaka?
Yes.
Ms. Franklin? Ms. Graham?
Yes.
Mr. Hudson? Ms. Parton?
Yes.
Ms. Cass?
Yes.
7 in favor.
Motion passes. We are now in closed session. And I think we'll just meet in the room right over here.
Yep. Yeah, we have to wait until, I think, close